Fuck. Lol though, I forgot.
You know, playing really well with Owner, and
Okay,
Zeus just has
I
been
just
on a
realized you
different
guys
level
can't
than
hear
most of
the
the other
fucking-
top players in this tournament. Coming into it, I expected Bin and 369 to be among the top, to be among the best, and they just have not played to their regular level.
They really haven't, and I think that's where I think Zeus has really shown is that we literally saw this matchup yesterday where people were like, oh, why are you picking the Aatrox into Rumble? It doesn't work out. Well, Zeus has just shown what you can do when you get that opportunity.
It does when you get an early gang top side.
Exactly.
And then just
Yeah.
run away
blue
with it.
side, by the way.
I will say though, this is where I think T1 really can get an advantage, because I think they are the best red side team remaining in the tournament. You're going to give them over to red side. You have to take blue, but maybe T1 just wins red anyway.
Yeah, let's see if JDG has something else in the tank. I believe so. We're not going to write them off that.
Now going in, trying to turn it back. Goma says not today.
Let's do lol though. Female. Maybe mid. Minus melee.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Female. Akali can be mid and top. Akali's energy, but Akali's human. So nope. Akali's melee. Wait. Mid support. Karma. Oh, but she's not human. Wait, Karma's not mid support? What do you mean? Yeah, no, it's not. Wait, Annie. But Annie's Noxus. No, wait, she's considered Runeterra. Noxus Runeterra, no. Dang, she's 2009. Oriana, no, she's October Zone. Lilia's considered melee. Lissandra's range. Ah, no. What? Who says that? Who the fuck says that? Zoe? No. No. No, Gwen is 2022.
Welcome back to the caster desk for Game 2 between JDG and T1. T1 off to an incredibly dominant start. The things that allowed them to be successful in quarterfinals, those bot lane picks leading to priority, really paying off here in the first game. We'll see if it works out in the second game. The number one question on our minds is how do JDG recover? What do they want to focus on? As the loser, they have the luxury of side selection, and we'll see how they adapt coming into this game 2.
And I'd argue it's also been one of the biggest strengths of this team throughout the year, how well they are able to adapt within a series. This is a team that has so many different playstyles available to them. Although I do think that you're not going to be able to find a way around banning Rumble. I feel like that at this point just has to be done because, as we clearly saw, can't give it to Zeus. 369 picking it also is not a solution. So I imagine that that is going to be pivot number 1, and then pivot number 2 is ensure that T1 aren't able to snowball every lane to the degree they did in the last game.
And pay attention to your level 1s and defending your jungle and looking for these invades and tracking Owner here. Really has been a big difference maker. This year for T1, Owner was not a star. Owner was one of the most criticized members of the entire team. And yet, in the last few series,
100%.
He has been so much better for them in the last couple of series here at Worlds.
And a player who continues to surpass our expectations, Chroniclers U, talking about can he play more than Jarvan? And ever since then, he's been pulling out new picks. Yes, it's mostly Rel. We'll see what he wants to go for this time around and how Navi can fire back, because it was a surprisingly quiet game from him. Obviously was shut down in the jungle in the early game, but all of JDG, I think, hoping for a clean refresh after that pretty crushing game 1.
And I'd imagine that they might want to be pivoting and putting him on something like the Wukong. Obviously, the Orianna is a no-brainer, particularly with the Akali ban already there. But on red side, I think the likelihood of T1 trying to go for some insane 2v2 focused bot lane with an AD carry support skyrockets. So picking up a Wukong in your second or third rotation could be a good way to kind of preemptively weaken that, while also allowing Kanavi to get the type of pick that he shines on.
Are they going to go?
Electrify.
So Kalista plus Renata is available. They go for the double poke lane. With the Ashe not being banned, Caitlyn Ashe here, so much poke power, so much pushing power for bottom lane. I want to see if they try and attempt to still pick the short range Kalista Renata into it and try and get some ganks off, try and get some pressure there, or opt to also go with a double poke.
And I want to reiterate, Ruler's Kalista was banned for years in the LCS. It didn't matter whether the champion was meta. He was just not allowed to play it. And he even faced into a counter matchup on the Ashe, which obviously has a really good matchup into this, still going to trust himself, trust his mechanics, trust his lane partner to try and get a lead there.
And I think the sad thing for Ruler is if you look at the previous game, it wasn't really about his proficiency in the 2v2. He had no lane prio, trapped under his tower, couldn't find an angle into a fight. And it's a similar story for Missing on the Alistar. A lot of these aggressive engages just not paying off. So see if this will be a different story with the Kalista, with the comfort pick, with almost a signature pick. Backing him up here. The Vi now coming out as well. Again, safe, pretty standard jungle pick, but T1 opting to mismatch here. Not going to pick a jungler. Will lock in the Azir for Faker. See what they end up getting for Owner as we get later in the draft, and what JDG can secure for Missing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I kind of actually like JDG jumping on the Vi pick here to combine with the Orianna ball for the delivery system back to the double low mobility 80 carries to the side of T1. But it does mean you're going to drop your support pick here, and you guys are talking about Missing. He's going to receive several extra bans here. The Nautilus right off the top of it here. They're trying to take away more of that hard engage to protect their backline.
And Gwen here signals maybe a Cassante for 369. He really struggled in the previous game. Can also look towards the Ornn, because I do think that that is one of the tools that can really frustrate these low mobility but really high power bot lane carries for Gamusha and Keria. Blitzcrank also taken away shouldn't be a surprise, given that neither of them really have a good way of dealing with it. And you can snowball the lane very early on if you land some key hooks.
What is the blind pick here for T1? Presumably just jungle. Save counter pick for Zeus on the top side of the map. Really taking their time. Again, champion pool was a question for Owner, but he's shown that it goes pretty deep these days.
Yeah, they could do.
Oh, yeah.
The Maokai is up, the Sejuani is up.
Oh, yeah, just that incredibly high priority champion we've seen the entire tournament. Yeah, it will be the Maokai locked in, combined with the Hawk Shot, combined with the Yordle Snap Traps. It is going to be impossible for JDG.
That means they might do Zeus with an AD top laner there, like Jace or something like that even. It is early into the Cassante, though, so Jack's angle available.
Senna.
The Senna plus Kalista lane here to try and
Senna,
deal with
Kalista.
the poke Ashe Kate.
Oh, bro.
And I think a lot of the reason that we've seen Senna be successful in this tournament is because she goes into relatively low-range opponents. Things like the Kai'Sarel. Both Ashe and Caitlyn have good tools to contest Senna's soul stacking in the early lane phase, but have to hope that JDG have something special prepared here.
Aatrox seems to be the no-brainer here. Zeus, I'm sure, is going to go Lefaldi, even facing Cassante. But I think the main thing with Senna and Kalista is that their level 1 is absolutely nuts. And I'd expect this to go back to what we saw in the LCK in spring countless times, where literally it just, you heal level 1, you just fight to the death, fight over control of the wave, because whichever of these two lanes gets ahead is going to have a really easy time to, from then on, keep their opponents on the back foot.
No, fuck
I'm
this
excited
shit. I
for
need
this
coffee.
one. Keria is the master of these double AD bottom lanes. So this is going to be a fist fight down there.
Come make coffee.
And with T1 one game ahead, now on red side, we know what JDG is likely to pick in the next game as well, pushing T1 back there. You have to hope, if you're a JDG fan, that JDG can show us more, that they can match more, because if T1 find the same advantages they did against LNG with these incredibly aggressive bottom lanes, as a blind pick this time around, that is a big red flag as we get deeper into the series.
And this JDG comp does need to stack those dragons to be able to get that win con there for them. Make use of the rend to secure it. Oh my goodness, so much pressure here on.
And talk about pressure, 369 needs to have a better game on the Cassante. This is something that obviously we talk so much about the journey of this player, going from someone that could only play carries to someone that, and we saw this both domestically and at MSI, is the best tank player in the world, right? The way he's able to create...
I love how Zeus is like making you question it now. I mean, like, wait a second, a couple of series here.
I mean, 369, I don't think has had the best tournament thus far, right? So I think it isn't unreasonable. Having a big Cassante game here, though, is going to be pivotal, and I'd expect him to bounce back the way that JDG have done countless times throughout this year.
We'll see if he can do it, but in the meantime, his team's set up their level 1s. Remember that you can log into your Riot account on LOLesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes and icons. There it is. Bam, LOLesports.com. Get those drops, folks.
And let me remind you, this JDG team, even though they got blasted in game number 1, this is the quintessential super team. When they added Knight and Ruler to this squad, two of the best carries in the entire world here, their goal was to complete this golden row from the very beginning. This team is constructed to win the entire thing, and they've done so much work to get to this point.
Jesus.
T1 though, Faker said, all roads lead to him trying to stand between them and that huge achievement. Keria on the level 1 is going to lead the way with the Ash.
Sing taking so much damage, but now continuing to free fire to Keria. Keria has to be careful. Will he be forced to flash over the wall? For now, standing strong. 369 on the backside, has popped the Ghost. 1Q stack going, but he can't really find an angle in. Has to be careful. Third stack missing incredibly low. Q through the creeps, trying to pick up some souls. Owner getting lower and lower. 369 for Zeus up to the side, but Owner getting burned down. Owner level 2, he flashes in. They get first blood. It's traded back. Knight running for his life now. 2 kills to the side of T1.
And T1
Okay,
win
GG.
the World Championship.
T1.
Whoa!
I'm gonna fucking milk that 500 or 600 gold.
Of T1 securing first blood.
We already had the Scrim World Championships. Now we have the Aram World Championships
To be
as
fair,
well.
it is a RAR. It is all random, all rafters, not mid. Kobe, just technically, just to be fair.
And the funniest part is, it is the Raptors that actually solidifies it, because the moment that Owner hits 2, T1 feels the confidence. And I understand that JDG feel confident to take this, because again, I think Kalista and Senna in these level 1 skirmishes are incredible, but T1 is so ready, and the fact that they're able to secure the Raptors ends up being really big.
And look at all these extra autos from Guma and Keria. They're just poking them down. Missing gets
It's the range.
Chunked fully out by the double range bottom lane to double AD carry. And then Owner says, you know what? We're going in for this. He all-ins, goes for the flash W. They get the first blood plus the extra one.
And missing, dying there with his flash up as well is really painful, because that is so much gold going over very early on to Guma's Caitlyn, and providing T1 with the early lead that they're looking for in this lane.
Also, Knight blowing his flash here in mid lane for the Orianna might be painful. Faker's gone for the Hail of Blades. This has been a rune choice that actually hasn't won that many games technically. Faker was actually the guy that did win the game with Hail of Blades. But it does also put out more pressure early on in the lane phase than the Conqueror style.
What
and
the
now with
fuck,
Knight
Proxy?
also not having flash, maybe there are some Owner angers here for the Maokai, setting up the saplings around mid lane for Faker to really play aggressively in
Yeah,
Knight.
Cassante
Now
Proxy.
369 on the top
Yeah,
side of the
GG.
map, knowing he's relatively safe to do this as Kanavi is shadowing him in the river. Can
First
just clear out
time
that
seen.
wave, stay out of the individual 1v1 with Zeus. Owner moving in, laying down a little bit of vision here, going to contest this red. Remember,
That's
because he
old
got that level
Cassante,
2,
right?
because
Before
he got
the
that first
changes.
camp, he really wasn't hampered at all from that level 1.
Oh, is it going to time out? No,
No,
will
saw him.
spot him. And there is double prio here for
Owner's got
T1.
smite.
Walking away, 700 health going in, not quite able to get it!
Owner.
Kanavi!
Early smite, Owner. Early smite there. Kanavi very happy to be able to grab that one back.
That's really big. A lot of time invested there for Owner without any real payoff. And 369 sees the enemy jungler, is like, hey, I can proxy another wave with no problem, ensuring that he is able to maintain this early CS lead he's built up over Zeus.
We got the ARAM championships, we got Farming Simulator on the top side. This game has it all. Now we got a Maokai gank in the bot lane. Ruler has to be careful, just barely gets around the trap, but Owner stepping forward. The cleanse isn't going to be enough. Walking in, one more onto the gateway, another flash in. Keria seals the deal. Missing, trying to fire back, but Keria blinking.
Kanavi!
Kanavi looking for one.
That's
Bam!
one.
Knocked down. We've seen the scene in Arcane. You know exactly how this goes. Flash in, hits him with the fisticuffs, double kill. Going over to Kanavi.
Holy shit.
Really good timing there for Kanavi to go back in. He waits out the barrier from Keria, then flashes in, gets the extra kill. Kanavi pulling this one back for JDG.
And that's the gold lead for T1 now evaporated thanks to that timing from Kanavi.
Is really
Never
critical
mind.
for
T1
Kanavi trying to
through.
save the game plan here for JDG, because that would have been devastating if Ruler went down, both summoner spells blown by Ruler as well, without any repercussions there. It would have greatly diminished the chances they
He's
could
gonna
actually
hit
stack
6.
their dragons.
On the flip side though,
On this
Gumayushi actually was able to pick up so much more CS and maintained his summoners. Did not have to flash here, as we take another look at that play.
Okay, so Owner trying to chase them, past the trap here, goes in, he gets the cleanse out first, and then Keria waits for his timer, flashes forward to get the extra kill, but Kanavi, we know, coming around the outside, and he picks up the first one on Owner really nicely, then waits patiently, wards in the brush even though there is a control ward there, flashes in as soon as the barrier's over to get number 2.
Missing flashing in the backside there, just to be careful. Ultimately, it's just kind of a mess on the bottom side. Whew, with some good kills traded back and forth there. Zeus level 6, but at a man disadvantage, we'll make it back. Dark and Blade just locking down Kanavi briefly as Zeus will just return to the top side already. 369 picking up some Thorn Mail. Bramble Vest, rather.
It's like, it feels like the first moment that we've had in this game where there is nothing happening, where we have a little bit of downtime. I don't know how long it's going to last, because Owner is already wrapping around. Does get spotted in a second here by Ruler, but
there's no downtime. There is only fighting. Owner on the bottom side of the rift. Carrier will back away. Just fighting to gain control of the lane. They've got no jungler in the area, but Missing just going to do what he can to clear out the saplings and try to protect the control ward. Will get taken away here.
And you can tell, they had no idea where Kanavi was because that Ashe Hawk shot went to go over their own Raptors and Krugs to see if Kanavi was counter jungling at the time, but Kanavi was on his way down towards that fight, down towards the bottom side, so Owner has to get out of there. They were very unsure and definitely respecting this 2-kill Vi now.
And after game number 1, where JDG was really put too far behind for them to showcase their team fighting, this game looking a whole lot different, right? Actually staying on even gold here early on in the game, and it's not like that top side isn't gonna be a menace when it comes to team fights.
Kanavi on the way out, Missing getting slowed up. First the Black Mist coming through just to make sure he can get out to safety. I think it's an excellent point. Kanavi especially against a Hawk shot, against the Maokai sapling, still able to find those kills on the bottom side. Is a big credit to him because it could be so tricky to remain undetected in the jungle against a composition like this. Level 6 though, taking over for Guma.
Yeah. While there are so many stars on JDG, Kanavi's been the one on the team for the longest with his 4-year tenure here and is going to be a key component this time around, especially those junglers looking for their level 6s.
Oh, 369. Doesn't quite have the angle to get the pull back there. All right, walking up and grabbing the honey fruit. Will be spotted on the vision. But just there for a little bit of extra laning sustain as 369 is going to do his best to pick up these creeps. Has the biscuit, so no concerns on the mana front. And I think the Kanavi angle is something that people have to appreciate and respect, because this is a guy that after his time in Griffin, it was kind of a question mark as to where his career was going to go. And those initial years on JDG weren't nearly as glamorous as this one has been. So the fact that he is stuck with this team through thick and thin, that the organization is stuck with him to reach this point against T1 is a testament to the tenacity of that player.
There is also just, even when JDG wasn't nearly as successful as they have been throughout this year, already so much talk amongst a lot of LCK junglers as well about the creativity. A lot of early meta developments were spearheaded by this player. And he is the one with the most gold on JDG right now. And we'll see what impact he can have in the skirmishes, because the follow-up CC on JDG is, I think, a really big part of how they want to play out these early skirmishes.
All right, Owner should get level 6 off these Wolves, I think, for the Maokai. And Kanavi's already starting up Rift Herald, so it should be a Dragon trade for the Rift Herald. I don't think T1 want to fight anything up on the top side of the map, and they'll be happy actually to trade these objectives. But that does mean JDG will have the extra pushing power and try and snowball here. Big gold injection from this Rift Herald, and already to a very rich Vi. They're going to have to make a very big Vi ultimate plus shockwave play to make this worthwhile.
Also do note, and this is something in the last game Zeus got away with, because Kawan, he was mega fed as old. The gank
from 369, pushing for a bit more, but nothing going to come from it. Just an ult for ult trade. Vi stepping up, Kanavi ready to go. Just baiting out the Darkened Blade, however, Zeus to clear the wave and should be fine.
But as I was saying earlier, the fact that Zeus is going for this full lethality build, as Owner does get spotted, there is almost teleport available for Knight, so we'll see if a response is available here. Kanavi also making his way over. Just the fact that in the 1v1, Zeus is going to have so much less pressure than he did in the last game. It's going to force T1 to meet JDG in straight-up team fights.
Biggest power spike on the whole map right now, though, is Kanavi finishing Divine Sunder. With his 2 early kills and his Rift Herald gold and Vi ultimate ready, the power is in his hands here to turn the tides for JDG.
Zeus waiting till the last second to cancel the back. Does it now. Unstoppable from Cassante. Still gets pulled back. Not going to cost 369 much of anything, just delaying the recall. Trying to mess up the timings here. From the side of JDG, good news for T1 is that while it's not as dominant, Guma and Carrier have been able to grab a couple plates on the bottom side, the power of this pushing bottom lane. It will get harder, though, as we get later into the game, missing 38 souls. Every 20 souls, he's been getting 15 AD, 20 range, 10% crit chance. So despite the fact that he has almost no gold income as a support, Senna will become a threat eventually.
Outside of specifically the Ashe, though, and even Ashe obviously has a lot of value, but I do think she falls off as we get toward the late game. Oh,
Arrow?
Nice back cancel there. Thank you for that carry out. The rest of T1 still is a really big late game menace, but you are meeting JDG in their biggest comfort zone, which is going to be the team fights. We'll see if T1 is actually able to stack up the early Drakes here with Mountain and Hextech already out of the pool. We'll see what ends up being the Soul, because if JDG is able to snowball with the use of that Herald, might be tough for T1 to find a similar grasp of control as they did in the last game.
And that recall interrupt is actually really big for T1. It's going to allow Guma to get at least one turret plate here with Keria helping him push. Maybe they go for two. Maokai on the way as well.
Oh
Runs
boy.
up and available for Ruler. Missing has to be careful about stepping
They
too far
they
forward.
saw
Faker
Bayern,
in the
they just
area
went
as well. The
ham
flash,
on
potential to
bot
make some plays, but the response, Herald being dropped in the mid lane, at least 2 plates for Knight. If they want to commit, instead they're moving down into the river to maybe try to leverage the power of Kanavi here. Again, his power spike's pretty limited. Obviously stronger than the righteous Glory.
What
Flash
the
out
fuck,
from
Faker?
Kanavi. Traded for the ultimate of Faker. Overall, very positive trade for T1 coming to the next fight.
All right, let's see if that
Nice
does
try.
get punished. There's a slight bounty. The only bounty in the game is on Kanavi's head, so no flash. Slightly higher chance here for T1 to collect
Delete
it.
bounty.
But the mid turret plates kind of making up for the bottom side push there that T1 got. So JDG getting some money happily over there into the hands of Knight. The Orianna Shockwave in their hands this time around. See what they can do with it, because Kanavi's going to help him get another turret plate.
Alting, no one there to body block for missing. That could be disastrous. Keria behind, Zeus behind as well. Kanavi going to be in trouble. Ruler now trying to run for his life, kiting this one out. Zeus keeping his eyes on the Callistas. Kanavi in the backside will find one. Knight with the shockwave, at least managing to lock down the trade kill.
This is huge for JDG. They did not teleport 369 in. That is a teleport cooldown for Zeus and a 1-for-1 with both junglers going down. 369 gets to stay topside and get turret plate money.
Not only that, the shutdown went to Keria. You'd really much rather have that on Faker or Gumayushi, but instead, JDG able to trade 1-for-1, killed the shutdown rather, doesn't even go to the ideal target for T1, and they're able to get plates towards the top side for 369 just before they fall off.
Patience from Zeus there on the return to lane. 369 waiting in the darkness, hoping to get more out of that trade. But we can take a look at how this play starts out. The aggressive use of the ultimate from Owner.
Yeah, they use the Maokai ult to lock them up. Zeus with the teleport down, and then they go for it. But look how they're able to focus down Owner on the other side. As a nice dodge there on the Ashe arrow. Goes 1-for-1, and with the extra rend, slow down here, they're able to kite away, keep T1 without getting too much damage dealt to themselves here on the side of JDG, and that means we're going to get some extra power spikes coming in as well. Knight very happily finishing up his Ludens, as is Faker.
Now, the one advantage that T1 was able to get is that summoners are now down on Ruler and missing. Ruler still has his cleanse, but outside of that, does need to play a lot safer, and I think T1 are going to try and leverage that into getting the second dragon here. We'll see if JDG have a response, because do not forget, if Zeus answers towards top, 369 can TP, but if Zeus doesn't answer, 369 might just be able to get a turret and further build the gold lead for JDG.
You can take a look at the MasterCard lane economy. It's the mid jungle for JDG versus the bot lane of T1 when it comes to relative leads, but T1 control mid prio, which means they control setup on the Drake, and it looks like JDG are going to respect that. Not looking to contest this one whatsoever. Do not have the vision, do not have the members in position. It will be a trade of the top lane tier 1 for the second Drake of the game to T1. Infernal Rift coming through.
Yeah, the top lane bar going to go a little bit further in the favor of 369 after that one, but it's not going to change too much how they want to play their team comp here. JDG actually have a trailing play in the works here with Kanavi coming down to look to pressure Faker off.
Kanavi is so damn strong. The Maokai not going to be effective because it's just not soon enough. Flash out from Faker is clean though. Knight takes at least one tower shot. The pushback Faker trying to make it out, and he will survive.
Man, this
JDG
guy.
walking away empty-handed. No real wave to
This
play
guy
off of that
is
bot lane
a
tower
legend.
for now.
We'll be able to, I think, at least get some damage down on the turret. Do get Faker's flash, but he does get away with his life. We'll see if T1 is able to find a counterpunch, or if that is just gonna be it. 369 continuing to shove as well. Should be able to get a lot of damage down towards this turret. And now Herald being started up by T1. This is looking to be their answer, but 369, he is getting more and more gold.
He gets top tower, he gets bottom tower. Clearly after last game, JDG putting more effort into getting resources into the back pocket of 369. staying even in CS, but getting so many plates, getting so much gold overall, finishing his mythic item as well. T1 uncontested again. They took Drake. They've now taken the second Herald. It's been a smooth game so far in terms of objective control.
And the big thing here for me is that it's Infernal, right? It's Infernal Soul and T1 are up on Drakes, but they are falling further and further behind in gold. Faker doesn't have flash or his ultimate available.
It means there's a huge importance on getting your vision control leading up to the dragons, and whoever's going to be able to get there first. Because Gumayushi, with the Caitlyn traps here, trying to get to dragon first and cut off one of those angles, line up the traps, make it so much more difficult for this hard engaged comp of JDG that's much shorter range to actually close that range and get there engaged. T1 definitely, a lot of the prep work will really benefit them around the dragon setup, but JDG, they've got a lot of angles to be able to force with.
Arrow going between the goalposts there. Not going to quite find the angle. Carrier clearing out as much vision as he can with the Umbral Glaive. Umbral Glaive versus Umbral Glaive. Vision denial, very easy for both sides of this game. But T1 just keeping the sieging pressure in their favor.
369's on the way, long flank.
Very
no
long
Zaya,
flank.
no
T1
Kai'Sa,
now
I
going to
can't
start
believe.
backing up. Owner stepping forward, using the ultimate. Maybe hoping to just generate space for the rest of the team as Missing's going to pick up more and more souls. But the mid lane tower still standing for JDG. Both sides seemingly gearing up for a fight. Kanavi getting lower and lower. Ace in the hole will connect. Missing, or Kanavi rather, going to need to back soon. Not really a lot to play for in the mid lane, to be fair. Both teams seemingly just grouping up, ready for the potential of a fight. Zeus in the side lane, clearing out here in T1, trying to push their vision line forward. And you highlighted it, Kobe. Both sides want vision control, but T1 get it so much more easily with the Ashe, with the Maokai saplings.
Exactly, that setup does so much. When every brush has a sapling in it, and then every piece of land that's not a brush has a Caitlyn trap on it,
yeah,
it becomes very annoying to navigate.
Something we haven't talked about as much yet, we are starting to kind of see here, is that Owner is Maokai historically just hasn't been that good, sitting on like a 42% win rate over the year, and particularly at the start of the year where the Maokai Sejuani trait was basically every single jungle matchup. Owner Sejuani, great, able to play that very consistently, particularly when he can sync up with his top side. But his Maokai hasn't been super impressive, and I think that that is going to be a lot of the team fighting power for T1. The arrow, again, doesn't find anyone as Owner.
Owner gonna dodge the abilities there, uses the phase rush to make it out to safety. Vault Breaker doesn't connect. T1 holding on for now, but JDG just fighting, just poking their heads into the enemy jungle. We'll see the sapling in the brush there as Faker returns to the top side just to clear out and keep pressure in the favor of T1.
Yeah, as far as the Maokai does go, I actually do really like the full tank phase rush style Maokai, since they do have an Azir on their team already. Don't need the extra AP damage from a Demonic. He might have a hard time here working his way through all these JDG members in the brush, though, lying in wait, just trying to catch
How are you,
one
Mr.
member
Black
gets
Killer?
close to this dragon setup. Because JDG know that is a #1 goal for them, trying to keep T1 out of that setup.
كيف حالك أيها
Certainly is.
القاتل
The other big
الأسود؟
thing to keep your eye on is item spikes. One item and some change for just about everybody on the Rift. See if anyone can hit their second item before we get into this third Drake. Baron on the table in 30 seconds, but I can't imagine either side will rush it. Instead, the Infernal, the center of attention, nearly perfectly synced timers on the major objectives.
And it doesn't look like we're going to see any other major item finishes. Ruler backed, but just a pickaxe and a longsword. Yuma also just shy of the second item.
I want to see your face right now. What is happening?
Are moving into the river. The vision control.
What made the difference?
JDG. We'll see 369
Hey, do you
flank angle.
He's mind fucked.
The whole used early, just to chunk out Knight again.
He's mind fucked.
The JDG lineup is how do you gain control?
GG.
Traps blocking one entrance, only one entrance left, meaning Owner has perfect setup for an ulti to kick.
Wow.
Arrow gonna connect first. Kanavi now locked up, brings it back into the red.
Holy shit.
Owner in the midst of everybody, and Zeus now on the way in. Kanavi still standing for now. Ruler pulling back his sword.
How?
Now JDG looks to turn. Unstoppable is 369. They know that they've gotten what they came for. JDG now backing off. Do not want to extend in the play.
This is huge. The entire front line from T1 has been deleted.
What do you mean?
JDG, what a successful turnaround in that fight.
It's Kanavi with the in-the-moment decision to turn around on Owner, and with the cooldowns down, no front line available. T1 isn't going to be able to get themselves
Tell you
to
what,
a
exactly,
soul
bro.
point for this Infernal Soul, and JDG take control.
TP back in means first tower.
Aren't
tower in the
you
mid lane in favor of JDG
Black Killer?
as well as the Infernal Drake Faker going to be forced to
No,
run.
Killer. K-I-L-L-E-R. LLR, no E.
the game, the more clean this team feels, and they're proving it again here on the back of the play from
Am I
Kanavi.
mistaken? Are you not
I have to
Mr.
feel like
Black
that was
Killer?
a bit of a blunder from T1 frontline, just charging in instead of trying to play off of their extra range, their saplings, their traps, their poke. As soon as they get this Ash Arrow in the tri-brush, they've got the pop.
Am I mistaken?
Owner all-ins, and then they flash him back deeper into the team, and then Vi ultimate keeps Owner here just long enough, so even as he flashes, they're able to get the kill as Ruler is able to rend them down.
And particularly against the Orianna, you can't try and fight through that, right? Not even 369 joined the fight. At that point, I think it was already mostly over. But just the threat of that Orianna ultimate should be enough to dissuade T1. They try to bite off way more, knowing how important this dragon is, and end up paying for it dearly.
And you talked about the Sejuani for Owner being the superior choice from over the Maokai, and the big difference between these champions is
I'm sorry.
Maokai's engage tools are much better reactively than they are proactively. You saw it there. Yes,
Damn.
so many people with the ultimate, but it's a very short root duration when you're that close.
Wow,
and
like
your entire team
why was it
completely
scary,
zoned
bro?
away by JDG's backline threats,
Like
unable
how?
to follow up on what initially might have looked like a pretty good engage.
And JDG's comp also is so strong when they can absorb an
I was
initial
gonna
blow and then re-engage. Particularly with the Senna and the Orianna, it makes it really, really hard for T1
Nah, come
if
on,
they
it's
don't
alright, it's okay.
take down a target immediately.
Yeah, T1 definitely want to play it slower than they just played the last one.
Yeah.
Without rushing in so much. But because they did, and the extra gold that has gone over to JDG now, off of that mid-turret plate, and the dragon here for JDG, they're in such a much better position here to actually pull off this hard engage and chase them down. They've got Kanavi plus Knight combination ready.
And it's time to see what form are JDG in. We know this is their bread and butter. These
I saw your comment on
we've got these 2 item spikes, and they're big
on
objectives
Hatum's
to fight
channel.
around. T1 showed us what they can do.
Like,
with an early
damn,
game
Shawarma,
lead with
let's see
massive
what type of
advantage in their
videos you
favor.
post. Well, and then I
T1
saw
are ready
that
to
Black
fight fire
Killer,
with
I'm like,
fire,
dang.
to take it to these late game team fights, to out-execute a seemingly
So what happened?
un-out-executable
What
late game
was
team
the
fighting
thing?
team.
Like, why did you change
And really
from
big here as well is that Zeus hasn't
Black
actually
Killer
been
to
able to find the
Shawarma?
backline yet. And as we can see, 369
What
can just get
incited
cryo on
that
every
change?
single wave because Zeus doesn't win
ما
the one.
الذي
Didn't
حدث؟
even go for Eclipse, right? This is just full on
وجعلك
Duskblade together with
تغير
Edge of Night. So his ability to chew
اسمك
through
المستعار
a I don't know how much
من
armor
Black
369 is sitting
Killer
on, but it's going to be
to
way
Shawarma.
too much for this
What
Aatrox to
happened?
deal with.
What
Makes
was
it
the cause?
really hard for T1 to gain
Reason.
control of the side waves.
Ace in the hole, not going to lead to much effect there. Command protect. Was the body block from Kanavi, keeping Missing healthy. It's not an AP Maokai, as highlighted earlier, so the sapling's annoying most certainly, but more about the slow and the vision control than any actual damage. As Deus using the Scryer's Gloom just to see if there's anything spotting him. Another aggressive engage here. Carry locked up though. Knight finds the shockwave onto one. The TP now coming in. That's 369 to the backside. Looking to isolate the rest of the team. 1 kill already going down. Guma off the rips. Carrier running for his life. Kanavi continuing to step forward. Pullback coming in. JDG have brought T1 into the meat grinder. They are tearing through them effortlessly. But Faker now looking to fire back. Carrier bleeding on the back line. Cannot do much more. JDG have taken the exchange.
And Kanavi going down means that JDG, I still see the pings towards Baron. They might have tried because Owner is dead. Doesn't have Smite, and they do have the Rend available.
Exactly. Rend is going to be more damage.
Double TP though. They might just want to force that out and back off.
TP coming.
Here comes Zeus.
Potential for a hero moment from Zeus from Carrier. Can they turn this one back? A lot of blinking health bars, a lot of cooldowns missing. Zeus, no flash. Objective getting lower and lower. The Rend should just be able to finish it. They will grab the Baron, but T1 sticking around in the meantime, hoping to take the fight. Missing getting lower and lower, but he just got too much range, too many souls, doing too much damage. Faker goes in, but he gets absolutely nothing.
What the
and
fuck?
JDG are one of the best teams at using Baron buff to end games. Let's see what they can get
Oh,
done.
look at
They're
that!
going to have a redirect all the way back to the fountain. Missing going to brush that one off. But
No, it's not
immediately,
racist.
we saw Orianna, Knight there. Went up to
Yeah,
the
you
top
can
side to push
delete
the
it.
wave,
You
and
can
Orianna,
delete
Knight
it or you
right
can
here, it's a
unpublish
shockwave
it.
onto Carrier, almost
Depending
killing him,
on you.
forcing the flash, forcing Faker to come over and peel. And this
What
is
are you asking me if you can delete? Yeah, you can delete it.
from JDG.
You have to go to
after
YouTube.
T1 tried to chase.
And the big thing there is the moment
I
that
think
Guma is
studio,
gone, there just isn't going
yeah,
to
YouTube
be
studio
enough
creative.
damage. 369 able to isolate Owner, which even though we do see Kanavi go down, ends up being fine for JDG. They have the confidence to just trust this Kalista and the fact that they still have a front line.
And it was so close there too. Zeus almost killed Knight, almost took down the Orianna, evening the kills up there. but he just barely was unable to. Knight was able to escape. Then they forced down the Baron. Missing there with the flash forward. Faker trying to take down Ruler, but then he's in the middle of all of JDG.
You can see
Did you find it YouTube Studio and
JDG very much in control of this game. Going to grab their second Infernal Drake. See what they can get done with the Red Bull Baron power play. Already 2.5K in their favor. Expecting to break down some tier 2s here, but again, a lot of great defensive tools from the side of T1 to at least slow this push down.
All right, buying time for the split push here. Even though they're sacrificing turret pushes here to Baron, trying to get something back with those objective bounties popping off.
And if you're T1 at this stage, you're just going to do everything you can to hold on. 1 minute left on the Baron. You already took game 1 in style, just trying to hold on to some.
Don't delete it, unpublish it.
JDG again, this is their comfort zone. Pressing this lead forward, taking these fights, these confident re-engages. Facing the hole again. Good damage onto missing, but you can heal up a lot of that.
They just get 2? Nah, okay.
Particularly because it's Lethality Senna, right? So he's going to fire 2 Qs and going to be completely fine, and the damage hasn't actually been that meaningful. And from this point on, JDG with the Red Bull Baron power play should be able to, as we've seen already, 3K gold.
You are racist, but the name is not racist.
Should be able to set up with the map control that they have now to get themselves to that Infernal Soul point. And there will be no one on T1 that can stand up to the amount of damage that's going to be output by this JDG comp in the team fights, particularly once Knight finishes his death cap.
That's what I was looking at.
That's lights out.
That's what I was looking at. Double needlessly large rods already for him. Going for a recall now. Might even have.
Like how wild. Like.
Fine money. All right, they're going to continue.
Of course, here in the
here.
town, ما يذهب.
Sending 369 down to bottom side to catch Faker's
Everyone knows each other.
To get
You
another
can't do
objective
shit.
bounty. You see Faker going for the bottom side turret
You
objective
probably
bounty there.
did shit.
While the rest of JDG push top.
Holy shit, bro.
At this stage of the game. So 369 there to pick up the CS.
Holy shit. Holy, what happened? Who hurt you?
99 souls on missing, about to have 100 extra range here. So you can continue to rain down auto attacks, rain down.
واحد من جد سرق حبيبتك ولا ايش؟
Tower drops there. Faker though taking the scuttle crab as well, just trying to guarantee a little bit of vision control over the area. 2.5 minutes on the Baron, 3 minutes on the Infernal Drake. Not soul for either side, but arenas for both teams to pick fights.
And now T1 is in a position where your only way of trying to get back in this game.
Holy shit! Whoa! Like wow! Dang!
If you look at the targets, really hard to consistently hit many of the members. 369 doesn't care, can catch any arrow. Kanavi can easily get out of the way. Same for Ruler.
So this is why you fit in our group. We're a friendly racist
group. Really, T1 just hoping that 369 overextend into
I gotta know.
And there's a moment for
what was the reason of your
Meanwhile, with all this money
racist
that JDG
teenage
and
life,
especially have gotten, is a Guardian Angel completed for the Vi. So he, as a jungler, can go straight headlong into the rest of the team, deliver that shockwave
واحد
through the
من
back
جد سرق
line,
حبيبتك
and still be able to get up
ولا
afterwards.
what happened?
Same can be said for Cassante with the Gargoyle.
How did it start?
369 has been a very rich.
Did you not get accepted in an art school?
Outer towers down for his team, and it's definitely going to be a problem for T1 as the JDG engage is massive.
Yeah, and for T1, you kind of tried
what
to
would have been your arc if, for example, Aram could not accept you?
Both times it's worked against you, and you're kind of out of attempts. If you fumble one more engage, if JDG gets better of you in one more fight, it feels like it's just game over here in game 2 of the series. So has to count against the nerves of T1, knowing that the next one needs to be flawless if you want to mount a comeback.
And that's I'd argue that they've already run out of lives,
right?
You
were
like
so
the
funny,
health bars are
How
blinking,
so funny? Like, explain.
and particularly with the amount of summoners that are available for JDG, it's really hard to imagine a scenario where someone like Ruler, for example, gets caught at the start of a fight because he has so much innate safety. Missing can be pulled back by Ruler as well.
I need you to elaborate on people hate me, they want to be me.
Baron and Soul Point next on the table for JDG.
Because I can't think of
I mean, Kanavi, the Vi has a 3-level lead over the Mao.
any sane person that wants to be you.
It is
right now,
going to be a massive
going to uni,
as far as this front line is concerned.
while everyone is just chilling
Baron
and having
Dragon,
fun.
very close to both spawning
Who
here,
wants to be someone
on the Baron.
that never
JDG
tried the
have
proper
teleport
meat
ready for
shawarma?
both their solo laners, so they can pressure the side lane while also then drawing over to the objective.
Our side Trinket keeping information on the Baron. Baker using the passive there to just try to get mid control. Again, all about this priority carry.
Again, living with friends is boring. With enemies, it's more fun. There's more action. With friends, it's just drama.
JDG, again, they have their choice. They have control right now, but T1 playing more up to the Baron, not worried about third Drake for JDG. Clearly much more worried about losing control on the Baron side. Kanavi going in, immediate start to the fight. Baker now locked up. The play does so much damage. Kanavi's early game lead put to good use here. The GA now coming out. T1, can they fight back? Zeus leaping in, will get Kanavi in the end. 1-for-1 thus far. Zeus going back under the Azir tower. The rest of T1 now need to barrel into the fight, but it's eyes on Knight. Can he get more damage down? 369 in the midst of everybody, and he's going all out into the back line. Only the support.
Did they just fucking erase T1?
Straight down mid. And with 280 carries, there is
Jesus!
no way
They
that the
wiped
Nexus
them.
isn't gonna fall, and JDG
You let out your gay pop side and bro, put it back. I'm bringing back your racist side. No, don't worry. It's a safe space over here. Isn't that what they say? Don't worry, I'm not gonna ban you. It's a safe space for racists over here.
We've seen them end a lot of games really quickly. Baker's up though. They're gonna respect it. Pull back and grab Baron buff instead. But JDG, such a massive lead after that.
I'm gonna die.
Wipe here with the Baron buff. Baron empowered recalls will allow them to reset too. And you see T1 make a rush towards the dragon. I wonder what Kanavi has to say about it. Night here is up as well. And they're just going to use the Baron offensively. Pressure immediately, teleport back.
How do I ban? I do.
They're not going to let T1
I
any window
got
to go for a
Twitch.
dragon.
Yeah, really good map read here from JDG.
أول حاجة بالعربي
Given that the Baron is being taken by JDG,
أوافقك الرأي يا صديقي ولكن سأضطر إني بالإنجليزي أقول حاجة عشان ما أتفند. هو بارع وورنينج قبل أسبوع.
He had such a rough Rumble game in game number 1. And this Cassante
يا عمي خربانة خربانة.
coming into this series.
Fuck it. ما حتكلم. بس يعني العنف يولد العنف. Violence يعني only gets violence. So we need peace. To achieve peace لازم نرجع للأبدات اللي قبل القديم. يا الله إني شفت اليوم فيديو رفع ضغطي على كذبهم ولد الكلب. مخلين واحدة يهودية تعرف تتكلم عربي محجبة وتقول إنه هي بمستشفى وإنه كيف حماس تسرق الأشياء الطبية ومش عارف إيش وكذب. والمشكلة أي حد عربي يقدر يسمع اللهجة ويعرف إنها الشخص ده ما هو عربي. يا عمي أنا العربي حقي مخيس. Even though like it's better than my cousin. بس I can know if this guy is a pure Arab or an Arab or not.
But it is going to be the secure of all the neutral objectives. The
يا عمي
JDG.
رفعوا لي ضغطي يا عمي خليني ساكت خليني ساكت. النصر قريب النصر قريب والله دحين نهايتهم قريب خلاص. Anyways, I feel bad for all of these McDonald's addicts that can't eat right now. I think this will be an eye-opener that we don't need that shit fucking products, and there is way more better products than their shit. And I feel bad.
It's methodical.
يا حبيبي شاورما.
Double cannon minions, one will be cleared away. 23 seconds left on the Baron. Can they
ناوي على قراءتي اليوم.
Traps are there.
مين زعل؟
9 solo zoning off as meanwhile Kanavi just walks in with the Baron empowered minions just to threaten the Nexus. JDG, their chokehold on T1 and they're starting to squeeze T1. Not a lot of options left, but
he woke up today and chose violence.
Potentially the last glimmer of hope. Now fading in this game too. Missing, taking a big chunk of damage here.
قلنا safe space.
No wave. T1 still able to clear it. Finally bot wave now coming in. It feels like an inevitability, but it's not over till it's over.
لا يا اخي لا تسب الحيوانات. الحيوانات تكرم من افعالهم. لا تسب الحيوانات. والله ودي اقول عيال القاف، بس القاف عندها شرف شويه اكثر منه. ما هتشوف مايا خليفه قامت تتكلم. والله العاهرات عندهم شرف اكثر يا صديقي. اكبر عاهره في تاريخ لبنان ميا خليفه قامت تتكلم على فلسطين.
As long as you play it out
يب في هذا الزمن العاهرات صار لهم شرف يا صديقي.
In about 2 minutes, you'll be able to get the Baron as well. You can win this game without ever fighting, which I, as an LCK caster, really appreciate.
And what we've learned, if nothing else, is that the Golden Road has some pretty strong
ايوه طب مش معناها نيجي نسكر ونقفل القناه.
I think with three inhibitors down, you can just go into their base, and as long as you respect the engage and the action,
هم ما عندهم شرف ليش دخلني؟
use the pressure to wear them down. T1 are going to get very desperate here. They have no territory to work with. With double super minions coming down every single lane, is a multiplicative effect. They buff each other up. You just have to wait in there and not give an engage opportunity. Have to be a little bit careful about that one.
The good news is
they're going for it. T1.
For the angle missing, could be in trouble here. Zayas on the backside looking to lock up, trying to take down a bit more damage. Infernal Chain's not going to be very effective. Knight going golden, has a bit more space. Kanavi now on the way in. In goes Kanavi, and that should just be it. T1 holding on for dear life. Faker uncontested on the backside. Gumichi going golden, but he is going to go down. The flash out will not be enough. GA up just in time to keep Kanavi standing. It's a clean ace in the base of T1 as JDG will move on and close out Game 2.
It's a textbook game from JDG. And to me, it's the top side that made the difference. 369 with a much better game, but Kanavi in particular, the hero of the early game. Him and Knight securing these mid-game team fights.
Nerf the fucking shit out of Cassandra or delete him. This guy is smoking. Look, your people turn.
They get the dragon, they get the extra money back in. They punish these T1 moves.
And 2 strong wins from both sides. Different wins, most certainly, but we're going to have to see what it looks like as we get closer and closer to Game 3. For now, we're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, the analyst.
شاورما اخويا.
Sold, owner getting lower and lower. 369 for Zayas.
يا جوج وماجوج اكلين الاخضر واليابس. ما رحموا حيوان. بسس كلاب اي شيء. Holy. Yeah, this game was dang. Well, when is the finals? Wait, انت عندك سيرفر بالديسكورد وما عزمتنا يا حبيبي؟ ودي اسبك. ما تعزمنا بالسيرفر؟ ها؟ ارسل اهو سي. عندنا سيرفر وسيرفر. ايوه بس تعزمنا يا اخي. انا اللي قلت لك. I'm the one who told you to send give it to us. We like. شوف كثرة المجالس جميلة لأنه ما عندنا ما عندنا فلوس عشان يكون عندنا majalis in real life, so we just have majalis offline. Like one time we sit here, sometimes we sit here. We change the mood, like we sit there.
Against believing. A moment
you know,
against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco network.
Oh no, not this song, not this song, not this song. I refuse to listen to it. Again? Wait, they changed it? No, it's the same. Wait. Is it? They changed it. Is my memory... Like, I think my memory is fucked. But I feel like they changed it. Yeah! Shawarma!
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's for Verizon.
تذكر البسة هذيك اللي شكلها نفس هتلر ترفع يدها شالوها ديسكورد قاعد ادور عليها مسوي لها فيفرت او لانه فيرمون موجوده انا اعمق بس تمثلني شوف مو يقول لك كاتشر مسلم هذه متطوعة استغفر الله العظيم والله تعرف فيكم كرم زايد حد قال لابوكم تقبلوهم تقول والله جاكم طالبين لجوء ريفيجي تيكس انتوا قبلتم قلتم يلا تعالوا والله تعالوا اقعدوا معنا قلطوا اما قلطوا ما طلعوا وينكم كرم زيادة يا رب كرم عندنا غيركم بس بينكم البين ما عندكم كرم الكرم يضيع الله اخرنا نرفع الضغط ابو طلع المنطقة خلاص الشام الله ودي امي طيرت جبهتي حتى الأمة لا فتحوا باب الجهاد وقالوا بتخليني نروح طيارة جوتي تروح ايش تسوي يا ابني تروح تلعب معاهم شطرنج تو مش حق حرب تروح ايش تلعب معاهم دوتا انه ما فوت هذه قاعد تستهبل انا تعرف اني العب دوتا اي زمان يا الله طيارة جبهتي يا اما مش كذا طيب ليش اجلس اجلس خليك مع هذا الكلمة يا الله استغفر الله العظيم استغفر الله كسرت كل المعنويات يا الله الله يحفظ جميع امهات المسلمين Why every fucking hip hop song is all about Rolex, Mercedes, I got Lamborghini, I got Ferrari. with all like you have a good beat. Can we like speak about some? Where is Tupac, bro? This is why Tupac killed himself, or like Prem that he killed himself and ran away because of all of these shit.
Welcome back, everyone, as we get into Game 3 between T1 and JDG, as we see some very focused faces after being dealt a heavy blow, I want to say, in Game 2 specifically, after what was a sovereign Game 1. We're waiting for it to go to Emily so she can show you.
I didn't know which camera
what
was
she's
coming
holding.
to.
Yeah, I mean, enough said, right? The Callista is pretty strong.
Yeah, and this is a pick that historically, and I know Chronicler brought it up before Game 1, right? You do not give this to Ruler even when it's been out of meta. She is not a champion that you put in his hands.
You can't tell me that I hate women.
Coming out of JDG, I thought they played it really well.
I like Chucks more than
I think they're absolutely incredible. And
this
again,
girl.
like,
This girl is great.
A handful of teams that the Callista's worked really
She
well
knows
with.
the game.
And even
As
in this
I would say, she knows the
opportunity,
game
it
more
looked
than
a
the
little
man.
slow on the get-go, because at the
More than
start it
this
was
guy.
like,
If
okay, we're not really getting
quick
the
shot was
opportunity
here,
to
maybe
push
I would
in lane
say
because we're
they're
playing
both
double
fun.
AD carries. We're not getting the
But
chance to
Shox
play for
is
the early
the queen.
Dragons. Even the Rift Heralds aren't being contested by T1.
She
but they
is the
still
queen
managed
of
to make it
League.
work.
I mean, we can pull up the draft because we were talking, when the draft was happening in this game, that this is really JDG kind of trying to fight fire with fire and play T1 style that they have been so well known for. And we were all feeling, all right, if JDG lose this one, it's a sweep,
have you ever?
right? Yeah. Because if you go
Let's
right
just
at T1,
say,
if you lose
went
on
to
blue side after having picked red side and lost there, then it's like, well, where do you go
like
from
came
here?
back from
But they were able
school
to
and then
perform
saw
to
his
such a high
grandmother.
degree. And we are just
You get that
seeing
feeling
the
of,
continuation of more and more and more bot lane picks.
relaxation.
There's just more places
Yeah,
that people can go.
my grandmother
and I
was
want to
there.
continue to see that innovation.
This is
throughout
me
the
whenever
series.
I watch like worlds or anything league related and I see
Right?
Shox.
So
I'm
obviously
like,
they set
yeah,
up for 369
I
to
feel
pick
relaxed.
the Cassante
Shox is there.
in this matchup. But then they also had the Callista center lane going into this Kate Ashe lane, right? And while they did get pushed back and Caitlyn and Ashe did get more turrets, we talked about how you want to play this Caitlyn and Ashe out. And you want to rotate them around to take turrets. Well, guess what? JDG actually had all three outer turrets down significantly before T1, and it came off of the Cassante pick and feeding 369.
Yeah, in the mid lane, Ori was doing well, Cassante was doing incredibly well, and Azael, you very early on in the game said, well, how are you going to play out this team fight now as T1? Why was that?
Exactly. So we can, I have a little telestrator, we can talk about it in the midst of that. But basically I felt that the Vi and the Ori can put a ton of pressure onto the Azir, and then the Ghost Cassante, who they put all this gold into, is just going to make it a nightmare for this double AD carry bot lane. 369's job is going to be to pressure these guys out. He's stacking armor. He's not going to worry about the MR. So whenever we are ready for this telestrator, we'll jump on into that. But this is going to be just highlighting how quickly JDG are able to punish on these plays. We can see, to start this off, T1 is going to be looking for a pick. Zeus is moving up, Zeus, excuse me. And so T1 are going to be looking for a pick here. Because 369 is bot lane, he's actually showing there. So I'm going to roll forward. And as we do, we can see T1 are going to step up and are going to be looking for this engage. And as Carrier is trying to move into position here to look for an Ashe arrow, we're going to see that Knight is just hiding out in this brush on the side. And as he steps forward, the Ashe arrow lands, but Knight has been lying in wait on the side here and is able to catch a shockwave right in onto Carrier. Zeus is moving in, but as soon as this engage kind of flubs, we're going to see the immediate TP coming in from 369. There's the TP right in the back. You can see that Ruler has already used his ulti to actually pull Missing out to safety, has pulled down below that ulti that's coming in from the Maokai, and then they're going to look for the re-engage. And now it's onto Kanavi. Immediate targeting onto Gumayushi. Everyone piles in on top of him. They're going to be able to eliminate him immediately, and then watch the target selection from 369. He knows from here, if you're going to be able to kill off Owner, you take Baron. You can get so much more than this. So the Ghost is popped. He's running straight back. Gets the angle onto Owner here as he's slowed up by Kanavi, all out, pulls him over the wall. They're able to pick him off. Knight is able to flash out and survive. And it's just that killer instinct that they have to punish you when you misstep. When T1 is the one looking for the fight, it's JDG that are so clinical about how they punish.
And that's something that they've been known for this entire year, right? You cannot give them an inch. And now we are going to cover picks and bans in just a little bit on the desk as well. I just want to say that it's T1 that has elected to go over to the blue side. That does allow me to also bring up another talking point, which is Missing missing on the Senna. Only the second time that he's played it in his career. The first one was all the way back in 2020, but we were very impressed.
I was massively impressed with how Missing played this. He was so good at, one, getting the health in the lane to make sure this is going to be all good. Yeah, I mean, towards the end of the game, he was like 5-1 and 11. This guy was an absolute beast. And I think it was, the control that they had in the bot lane as well, because a lot of the engages that were trying to happen, it would be a slow and a W that's coming in to prevent a lot of the follow-up. Then when we got towards team fights, he was so good at trying to keep Kanavi alive as he's diving into the back line. But even the damage, like the fight at Baron where Faker tries to turn it around, there's a moment where Keria is trying to set up to work with Faker, and Missing goes forward. He pops Keria and then separates Faker from the rest of the team, and they're able to shut down that play. He was so good at understanding his role across the back of this, of how far he needs to play forward versus how much he needs to keep his team alive.
Exactly, and I think they played it out really well, because when you're playing against these Caitlyn lanes, you don't have to beat it, you just have to neutralize it. You just have to slow it down, because if the Caitlyn makes one mistake, dies one time, it can all fall apart.
Yeah, and I think as we see draft coming in, Ori is actually getting banned out by JDG as well as the Rumble. But yeah, Missing, I mean, we talked about how Rakan has been super high prio. We were wondering, because he was allowed to get Rakan in all those games, what he was going to come up with. And I thought his Senna game was great. 100% kill participation, too.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the story of this, is that we're not seeing Missing playing towards those regular champs that we expect. It is a case of him going towards things like the Senna and still showing that also JDG have more to show, which is why T1 elected onto blue side. We'll have to see what that first pick is going to be.
Something that we've been talking about a lot is the priority on the Vi versus that of the Wukong. And I think especially when you are playing into these double marksman bot lanes, if you can go towards something like the Wukong, such a strong team fighter, you really can punish. With Kalista up and available, you basically have to take it as a denial to Ruler. So you're throwing down the gauntlet here, and I'm going to be so interested to see if it is going to be a ranged pairing for T1 alongside this, and are JDG going to be matching fire with fire? Is it just going to be Ashe Caitlyn? Is it going to be Ashe Varus? Because it feels like then that demands Keria plays a range support to be able to keep that dominance in bot lane.
I do want to throw out, I don't know if they'll do it, but Keria has played Kalista support before. So this is another thing that you do have to keep in mind when you're looking at this T1 draft.
It's the Varus that comes out. Also something we've seen from the other side, a case of everything you can do, I can do it better, question mark?
Well, I think that's the case. I mean, you heard Emily talk about it earlier. Missing was amazing on this Ashe in the throughout summer, and I think this is where, throughout spring.
Damn.
And I think this is something
Why
where
you
you
mad,
can
bro?
just go back to that style, look to punish the
If they don't ban
I think the only thing is we'll probably see Keria go towards something like the Caitlyn. We saw this as an answer yesterday. We can go the Caitlyn and the Kalista and do very well against this exact draft that we're seeing at the moment.
Yeah, and I do want to call out Varus as well as something that we've seen Ruler excel on.
انت في نص الكاس قاعد تكلمني.
This pick, so I like the Ashe
ركز بالدراسة.
coming out of JDG here.
I just really want to see hard
Look
engage
at this
draft.
guy
If you're not
playing
gonna play
this
for the
game.
Support, I want AoE hard engage from the
wearing
teams to punish these
whatever
double
he's wearing
range
right
bot
now.
lanes. I do think Rel fits the bill. I think Wukong fits the bill. I think
in one
Orianna
season,
obviously is banned out,
he
but there's
makes
other
more
things that
money
can pair alongside that can really put
than
pressure.
me and you
because these lanes are so
combined
strong in the
make
2v2, but when it comes
our,
time to 5v5,
like,
Azir I really like.
our whole life.
Rel do they have that initial engage? These are two ADs without dash. You have that start. You have that follow-up there from the Azir, and it's something that can put pressure on them. So as long as they can now draft from blue side a strong 2v2, a support that is going to be really powerful for Keria, relevant in the lane, I think they're going to be set up really well.
Relevant?
I'm a god at this game if you remember.
You can take the Wukong
after what I've seen from you.
Plan away the Sylas. I think you can go for Sylas here for Knight as well. Knight is a phenomenal Sylas player, and you set up for what could be a
damn, because I'm
gonna
gonna
away some of these big ultimates. Try and use that as the setup.
Oh,
and I think that's where you can try and play through both strengths in mid jungle and bot side.
Oh yeah, you mean in class?
You have to target the supports.
So
you have to target what you think is going to come out from Keria.
Damn, you really worked hard for this.
I was thinking when the Varus Ashe came through that it was going to be a range support. You know, that is going to be coming out. Something like the Renata even. You know, especially when you're playing
Holy
against
shit,
Wukong and
nice,
hard
bro.
engage, I think Renata can be very, very valuable.
You did
it is
work
a great
hard for
pairing
this.
alongside, you know, what we've already seen. So I'm expecting Renata to get banned as the last ban here from JDG, or I would be kind of shocked.
Yeah, and it's interesting that this is the game that JDG are pulling out the Wukong for Kanavi, right? Because we did talk about the Vi in the first two games.
I like this way more.
Those were Wukong angles for JDG as well. The three of us were talking behind the scenes. So I also like, and it is his signature pick, right? It's a pick, again, if you've been watching the LPL domestically, you do not give Kanavi
I really
this
need to
Wukong
start
pick, so
watching
it's
the
nice to see him
LPL
back on that.
more.
And then Bard banned out for Keria. another thing
It's
that
got to
they
be
don't
Renata
want to
then,
play
though,
against.
no? Like, because
Yeah.
if you're showing Wukong, the one thing you are showing is hard engage, right? So you have to have some sort of a dive buddy alongside it. Wukong doesn't really work as solo dive. So I just feel like it's such a strong Renata angle for T1, and I'm a little bit worried that JDG maybe overlooked that. Yeah, the Bard is strong because it's low mobility ADs, but it's a weaker laner than the Renata, and I think Renata is going to set up
Well,
Yoshi
again, remind
for
me,
success in the 5v5s.
Especially when
mechanical, are you in mechanical engineering or aerodynamics, something? Wait,
more heavy into that time. That could be the angle. So maybe this is the pivot going, hey, look, we're going to take the Talia. In theory, works well against the Kalista, and then it makes it a little bit easier for us to not fully have to go in towards this. We're just going to be melee range with you.
It's so interesting because the other side of the angle is maybe that JDG think, okay, even if Renata's good in 5v5, we can pound it in lane so they can't go it, right? And so now that's the evaluation that T1 has to make, and they're going to buy themselves a little bit more time to actually choose. It could also just be rel support, and we could be kind of getting baited. But we're going to have to find out what that final pick is, and does T1 think that something like Renata can survive the lane and punish it?
No,
to me,
it's just going to be the Renata,
This feels so obvious because it's such a strong pairing with the Kalista. Again, I think you need a dive buddy with the Wukong, so I think JDG have kind of telegraphed what they're doing in the draft a little bit too hard, and I almost don't care what JDG pick on 5. I feel T1.
I was like,
I mean, I
why
also
would they
think
need
another
air
thing
dynamics
that
in
we
petrol?
haven't mentioned yet, but obviously this
Are you
is
gonna-
Zeus's massive like blind pick, right? He's like Aatrox. That's
Flight
fine.
planes
I'll
to
take
the
it.
petrol? I don't think so.
The red side advantage, oh no!
I saw Dagdo wince as soon as the Renekton hover
It's not what you want from your red side draft.
I mean, this is exactly like 369 has played this matchup already and lost hard to
tell me.
Keen. It just
What are
he
you
couldn't
in
get
now?
control over the matchup, and they end up falling super far behind. And then as well, Renekton falls off so much harder than Aatrox does. If you can't make this pick work, it just falls off a cliff after like 15 minutes in comparison to
And to me,
Aatrox.
red side, the whole advantage is counter pick.
Yeah.
If you told someone that it was Renekton versus Aatrox top, you wouldn't know which one picked blind.
True.
Okay, so we have
So
Azil
you're
who's
in mechanical
heavily
engineering,
favoring
or?
T1. He doesn't even care about the top lane.
I don't care.
Emily, do you agree?
Well, I like a lot of the answers that T1 have. I'm also really curious to see what they'll do level 1.
Okay, let's see.
I think a huge portion of this game depends on Knight. If you can try and separate out these team fights, that could be an angle for them to actually try and attack. Otherwise, yeah, I think T1 are in a really good
All
spot.
right, let's see if Blue Side continues to reign supreme or if JDG break that trend back to the casters.
Damn, so you are like, I don't care.
Thank you very much,
Get
Shox.
me in
Getting in the
Aramco.
game now
I
in these
don't care.
drafts.
You want me to be a janitor?
More
I will.
conventional, feels
You
like
want me? I
safer
will clean
draft
every room.
overall, maybe stronger overall as well. But
Just
see
get me in Aramco.
what JDG can do in this matchup.
I mean, Renata Kalista has been pretty dang good at this tournament.
I need
and
that oil
having
money.
the ability
I
to have
do
such
not
a
care.
wide
I need that
ranging
oil government money.
counter-initiation tool here. Not only the Renata,
Respect.
but also the
Keep
Azir. There's so
hustling,
much
bro.
flexibility on the T1 side. Definitely does seem like they got a good setup. But
Allah,
the
Allah.
Talia here, we'll see how much work
Holy
Knight can
shit,
do.
man.
That rock field can be super annoying with so many champions having dashes here. See if JDG can try and snowball.
What I want to highlight as well is that we have already seen
what the fuck?
blueprint for what a win of both of these two teams like. I think T1 are always going to look for early leads, whereas JDG are looking for the mid-game fight.
And you can look to connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Braum W emote.
Oh, I already got
Might
the
have some
emote.
time here because T1 seem uninterested in contesting
Bro, I'm
Spy
so
ban level
no.
1. Instead, they will play some counter vision on the top side of the map.
I mean, I always love this, going for the level 1 invades, the priority here. First 2 games,
Sort of
T1 super lopsided for the level 1s.
Wait,
really,
do you
really
hear
big
the-
openings for them, even though they
Here's
ended
the
up
thing.
losing game number 2. But this one, JDG
Is the
take
voice
matters into
different?
their own
Because
hands.
I discovered that
They do have vision.
my shit has been mono audio for like
And
ages.
of course, it's really tough.
This is
to
why
fight level
when
1, especially against
Hatem
Halo
came
Blade
and played
Flourish,
with my
Halo
headphones,
Blade
it was like,
incredibly powerful level 1 overall. Yes, it's strong raw burst damage.
yeah.
Big, of course, Hunter has to slow down
Stereo.
things now on the way in. Call has been
So
made,
he
potential
he
5v5
played
in the brush.
and he was
Hunter
like, what the fuck is wrong with
chunks
your
down here. The top laners
headphones?
will
Because
lane,
my
everyone
shit
else
was
here.
I
mono,
don't
not
think you see
stereo.
this really
Like he
as
couldn't
T1
hear
unless there's
people coming
massive
from the right or
damage
the left.
sustained from the red buff, because Talia is so good level 1 also. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're just kind of watching here.
And now,
T1
like
here to
when
spectate
stereo,
how
like I feel like
JDG take a red buff.
shit is
They
different.
do it well. T1
For
learn
me.
and are forced to walk away. A bit of
Like-
a disastrous level 1, all things considered, because now Owner,
I don't know.
is he even going to be able to grab level 2 here? No.
Nice. Kanavi takes away a
Yeah,
bunch
Honor
of the
is
small
fucked.
ones here. But yeah, I mean, not only the Ashe Varus, but also the Talia over Azir in the level 1. Big priority
No, because
there.
most
It means
games that I
that JDG
play
accomplished
like
the
are
goal
not
to split
FPS.
the map for this bottom lane that has been crucial.
And we are straight
no
up
FPS. I don't play FPS, and even when I play like Overwatch, I play for fun. I don't care if someone is coming from the back. Blah blah blah. I play fucking Diva.
In this bottom lane, yes, you have the bailout, but when level 6 rolls around with the Ashe, with the Varus, the setup is so
what do you mean,
easy
Ghost?
on the bottom side.
Ghost Demologist, I know the fucking room.
Very careful.
Level 2 Wukong tower dive. I don't know about the sound of that, but they've got a big wave. T1 are still level 1. Can Guma and Keria try and snipe some minions to get level 2?
Trying as quickly as they can to lock down some of these 2 level 2 now going in. Kanavi, good damage down onto Guma. Ruler flashing out of safety.
Yeah, T1 fucked up.
But he will stay standing, missing. Gets taken down. Keria! A godly play to hold on to the bottom side.
Never mind, I spoke this one. Well, which game did I fuck up? I had zero awareness.
Sitting on 1 CS.
JDG trip over their own feet here, though, in the bottom lane. They
JDG through hard.
The level 2 advantages, but Keria comes up huge on the Renata.
Damn.
That
is the
corporate
takeover right there.
Maybe. Yep. Then that's it. That's the.
Not allowing anybody to get through. Out of all the 4 champions in the bottom lane, if you told me Renata got the double kill, it's the least likely one for me to believe you. But that said,
and he's gonna get all the minions at the tower afterwards too. So there's gonna be a bunch of
now you know what
was
wrong with that dude.
Higher level than AD carry this game because of the kills, because of the big minion wave that was stacked
I don't know. Like I
That's
didn't
another
care.
thing when you're going for these early
But now I see the difference. Like shit
why
is.
you do it is trying to deny those large minion waves, and Kanavi's back again. All right.
Yeah, because this wave state is so doomed for T1. They need to try and fix it.
I think
but they don't know where
I put it on
is.
mono because I
And
never gave a
love
fuck
this
because
there's nothing for him
FPS.
to gain
I
on
don't
top
play
of the map.
FPS.
You know Owner is going to invade that side, but unless Owner makes his way
Keria, no
down,
flash.
they gotta.
Keria no flash, and this Giant's belt is good, but he's slowly getting chipped away. Kanavi in the area, just shadowing in case the gank does come through. Happy with this lane state for JDG.
And I think the thing here is, I don't know, they don't know where Owner is.
I played
get caught up in
a game called Firelight
It
84.
can go either way, and bailout
We should
in
try
those
it.
situations can be really big.
Now, though, after they've been able to push it out, they should be fine here. Retreat back to your Krug skill. The red side jungle camps have respawned. And here's another look at how they started it out onto Guma Yushi, and they do get him, but Keria had immediately gone over for Ruler there. Missing flashes after the second, or the extra tower. Auto was already in the air, so he dies even after flashing, and Keria is able to take down the kill on Varus as well, regardless of cleanse.
Yep. The handshake was a bit too firm there for JDG. we're not a fan of that one.
He's got a firm.
It was fun.
Man's got some strong forearms. Put him in there.
It was the game that made me realize that I can't hear.
3 for Ruler. So the 16
Like people
now,
coming
Guma trying
because
to scrape
Dexter
together
was telling me
those minion waves.
someone
Keria,
is
of course, got
upstairs.
a bunch of the experience from all those minions that was there, but
Like to the right
denying
of
them
us,
to
and
the
I'm like,
Kalista, to that snowballing AD
how the
carry.
fuck did he know? Like, I mean,
It's
like,
also Kanavi who picks up the kill.
why the fuck did I hear him like from both sides? Then I remembered
so
my
many
mono audio
fights,
shit.
and him getting an early lead is going to be
I'm
really
like,
big. So
he
even
said
though Keria was able to pick up the
it's
kills,
from
I
the
think
right.
he's still very happy with that play as
For
JDG.
me,
Just means that
it was
Keria
like
should be
everywhere.
getting to what I assume will be a Radiant Virtue very early on. We'll see if he's able to utilize that in some of these mid-game fights that surely are going to erupt around the possible dragons. Although this first one with the tempo as it is, wouldn't be surprised if Owner is able to pick this on. They have mid lane prio, bot lane prio as well.
Kanavi on the top side as well, so not much of an angle to contest on this one. JDG will know what's happening, but they're not going to burn any resources. Instead, content to give
everyone goes to like games and goes like, oh, nice mechanic, blah blah, this and that. Dexter comes and tells me, Scar, be aware, this game is like haram. I'm like, why? The characters have jiggly
even if it did look good to see Keria get a double.
Gotta say though, last time Kanavi getting some early kills worked out pretty well for JDG.
Oh boy.
And he is on his signature Wukong. Him and Levi are the 2 junglers worldwide that did not give up on this champion, even after the jungle nerfs to Wukong came in. And at World so far, 7-1, the record for Wukong.
Yeah. And I mean, especially if you're going to get to that Divine
Bro,
Sunderer spike sooner.
is...
We talked about what Vi can do with it. Wukong can do like 10 times more, and that is very concerning for the side of T1. They need to be clean in their execution and careful around the potential level 6 plays from this JDG lineup for Wukong, the
Bro,
Talia, Their ability to move around and set up these walls is incredibly disruptive for anything T1 try to do.
أنا داعش بأي
There's also,
شيء.
which we haven't really discussed yet, and I don't think it's as strong as it once was, but Renekton and Talia is such a
جهنم
combination
حاضر
game fights.
بس نرجع ما نطول هناك يعني.
Has been doing a really good job of using the early power of the Renekton to keep Zeus on the back foot. And T1 haven't really shown yet that they're able to win a game where they don't get the early lead after the team fighting from JDG in game number 1. And
عندي
right
حلقة أقرأ
now,
أبو
it doesn't look like T1 have found any early angles in this game.
ودي صنعاء خليه يخزن هناك. حرام بالله يزوجك كيم هو يونجن هي
all in with the dominance here. It looks like just trying to get some pressure. Threat of the all-in not quite there yet. Forcing out the World Ender from Zeus, and the flash coming out from 369, respecting the potential follow-up there on the Darkened Blade.
Yeah, really good movement there from Zeus.
جيك واحد أحسن بنا طيب.
Burst of speed in the extra space there. Goes back in.
اللي خلقه أحسن بنا.
I mean, Zeus has really had some good advantages so far. Let's see though. JDG will take the opportunity here to slip on in, as we call up Keria, the real powerhouse of the bottom lane.
A level 6 Keria, courtesy of the early play, has the XP advantage, missing, trailing behind, but isn't going to do a lot. Rune, however, looking for the all-in in the 1v1. Kubushi, nice flash to get away from the piercing arrow and the 3 stacks. In the meantime, fight on the top side, 369 and Knight comboing together, catching out Faker, getting one, and spin goes the monkey, the Cyclone coming through just in time to keep the fight going, but Zeus is not down yet. Zeus looking to fire back. JDG could be in trouble, missing, not firing forward. He's got level 6, but does he have the mana? The Herald does drop in the end. Knight still standing. The flick back is clean. Living missing. He gets the kill. He gets the red buff carrier now running for his life. Flash over Knight to safety. Still standing. Taking down. Backing. Hostile takeover will not connect. Handshake will not connect. It's an absolute mess of a fight on the top side.
I agree with that too.
It is T1 that pick up the Herald. They'll get that, but outside of that, as you're saying, so many summoners being blown. Kanavi, 369, Knight missing. And Zeus as well.
I don't know why
Faker
people
as
like
well. All these cooldowns will be down for the upcoming
معيار الجمال في بدولنا يعني العربية بالذات بالجزيرة العربية كان جميل. ايش صار فينا؟ كل البنات يبغوا يكونوا شكل هذه اللي اسمها قحطاني ما قحطاني هذه.
300 gold on the back of that support player.
This is lore accurate Granada that we're seeing here for Keria, bringing in all the gold for himself. But if we look at this fight, it starts off with Faker already getting blown up by that Talia and
and then you see the focus here on the 369 from T1 side. They do get him.
Talk to me about desperation.
Keria still holding his ultimate. They feel like they've got Kanavi dead to rights. They pop the Herald here. Owner's able to grab that one before he goes down. And then Keria can actually go pick up the eyeball even with the red buff missing in his face. Ooh, Knight actually barely surviving and his flash gone as well.
And it's actually the smite on the Herald that gives Owner the level up, which allows him to then Magnet Storm and stay alive for a little bit longer.
Now tell me,
otherwise
let's talk about
worse,
this.
But it is still JDG
What happened to the beauty
right
standard
now, Zeus doesn't have flash available.
in Arabia?
Gonna be looking for a dive here. No reinforcement.
He has ult already?
Ulti up and available for the Wukong. Waiting, buying his time. Extra healing coming in, but Zeus is going to get a chance to use it, holding on for now, but immediately 369 finding the kill. JDG, a successful dive on top.
All right, what is going to be the answer on the bottom side of the map? They send Rel down there, but look, JDG have already pulled their bottom lane all the way back from the tower. They had the controller in there in the jungle to see them come for the invade as well. As Dragon is spawning, JDG are getting turret plates on top side.
There's also Knight who already rotated over, knowing that a dive could be in the works. But with Talia shadowing towards that side, can't actually do it. So T1 will get a Drake, but they're paying so heavily for it.
No, like, is the beauty standard like شو اسمهم هذه هند القحطاني يب كل ابوهم يبغوا يكونوا شكلها نفخ وقص وما ادري ويش ليش؟ وين كان الجمال العربي الجميل البراء
Keep our eye on now is where is this Herald going to go? In the back pocket of Keria, not ideal. He's not going to be able to move between every lane in the same way that Owner would, but might shift his attention to the top side of the map as he starts to wander up there now. Owner coming in tow right behind him. Trying to break the top lane matchup open. And Zeus, some incredibly dominant performances on this Aatrox in the quarterfinals, continuing to go for the lethality route. His bread and butter, see what he can get done.
It's also, again, Kanavi having such a big impact and utilizing these early kills extremely well. This is a level 10 Renekton. Doesn't have dominance, but does have Gore Drinker available. And Kanavi's on his way.
I really feel like Wukong has been the most underrated pick at Worlds so far. T1 are going to go for the dive. Kanavi's going to try and answer.
TP now coming in, 369 staying alive. 4 now, no dominance. The Gore Drinker healing now coming in, but Zeus goes in just in time. Hostile takeover will not connect on the real Kanavi. They're still focusing on Zeus. The bailout will not be enough, and they'll say, kill Kanavi, not quite. Shattering Strike. Bit more damage going through, but at the end of the day,
what is going on?
They get the kill on the top side, 1-for-1, top laner for top laner, but it's missing, and Ruler looking to extend their lead on the bottom side. Herald now trying to give gold to Faker.
And they do spot Kanavi there. Faker should be able to at the very least benefit from some through here. Still JDG who are able to get this above lead and make it even bigger. Look at the gold lead here.
ايش اسمه ذاك اللي عنده اخوه كانوا فاتحين قناة يوتيوب؟ هذا يوتيوب channel. One of them like went to the USA. Suddenly he went crazy and he did some gay shit.
And remember that coming into today, JDG were the only team in the top 4 with an average gold deficit of 50 games in the game. They were not a powerhouse.
يا جماعة احنا ليش نعطيهم؟ ليش انتوا لما تضيفوا وتسبوهم؟ You guys give them like money and like more fuel. They like this shit, even though when we curse at them, they like it. احنا ليش كذا؟ اسحبوا عليهم الان فولو تخلوهم تسحبوا عليهم خلاص. لما تقعدوا تسبوهم وتحاربوهم كذا في نوعية من الناس اللي دائما يوقف مع المهاجم. تمام. النوعية هذه أنا أكرهها بالذات، اللي هو يشوف ليش كل الناس يكرهون هذولي ويسبوهم. أوكي خلاص، معناها هذول مساكين. See, and that's why some people they keep on following. يا أخي هندي تعطاني مثالها من الرجال والحري. ليش؟ لأنهم يشوفوكم كلكم تهاجموهم فيقولوا اوكي خلاص احنا بنتابعهم عشان مساكين معرضين للهجوم. اللي يسوي نفسه كذا كحبوب كيوت يعني ما عندهم حاجه بحياته فيقول لك يلا انا طيب ياي اسحبوا عليهم سووا لهم فولو انفولو وخلاص خلوهم قاطعوهم نفس ما قاطعنا ماكدونالدز.
As we get to the fight of Herald. And crucial that T1 have been able to grab the first 2 Drakes. They have not gotten nothing in the early game. Getting a third, moving up to Soul Point on a Cloud Soul. Feel pretty good. But I don't think JDG are giving them an angle. They're so far ahead now. They don't have to concede much. Of course, not in a great position. Yeah, I was going to say, not in a great position to contest this Herald. And that's why I didn't say concede nothing. I said concede much, because they will have to give that one up. See if the same is true of the Drake, Mr. Laughing.
Yeah, who's laughing when JDG come to town? Honestly, I want to see about the monkey on the top side here because Kanavi's going for a lane. Was he just covering a possible play here because they did get Rift Herald alert, so they know, and it's kind of just allowing for the possible play here to counter.
As Ruler snipes the, I think, snipes the scuttle away from Owner, not able to pick that one up. That actually is going to be really big because in 40 seconds, T1 have a basically must-win fight where they set themselves up for Soul Point. It allows you to play towards the top half of the map with much more freedom, allows you to give up maybe a dragon so that Zeus can get an inner and get back in a position where he can actually threaten the backline of JDG. We'll see if T1 is able to get the fight, because if you look at the cooldowns that are available on JDG, it becomes really, really hard to consistently lock someone with the power that Rel has.
I want to see, since T1 have been able to get early access into the river here, Renata can shine. If you can ultimate, you can cover either one of these entrances into the river, and JDG right now are funneling on through. They're going to be forced into one of these kind of confined areas.
اوريه قول له يا مرحبا.
Choke point here has a bit of vision just to spot out the T1 lineup. T1 now trying to take control of the mid lane.
لو يفهم شو اسمه بيحطها بعد. لو انا مدير شركة اغير اللوجو حق الشركة. عشان كذا انا مش مدير للشركة لاي شركة. عمرهم ما يخلوني مدير. انا اخربها.
Zeus on the flank, Faker over the wall. Objective getting lower and lower. The Weaver's wall coming out, isolating Owner. Might go for the 50-50, but it's absolutely Psycho flashes over the
GG. It's Faker.
It's incredibly clean.
Faker.
JDG with the counter punch. Can they get anything back? Ruler untouched on the backside. Dragon still standing. But Owner
Faker.
will take that away too.
Faker.
My God, what an engage from T1. Owner, you magnificent beast. What in the world? He makes the engage happen and he secures the dragon.
يا حسيني قاعد اسوي اللي سواه الشيخ. قبيلة غير ايش هي قبيلة؟ قلنا جيش. ويت. اي قبيلة سواه؟ انا معاهم. اي جيش.
Owner, Zeus, and Gumayushi. They came up, all of them through the T1 system. Rookies and Academy, all the way to the main roster. And look at this, all the way to the world stage, over the Ash Arrow. Him and Faker get the double initiation and wipe those JDG members off the map.
And we see the value of
that wombo combo. Oh, mid change my pants.
Not able to actually re-engage there. Can't assist Kanavi as he tries to get on the back line. And now, gold almost equalized here.
الله يا شيخ القبيلة.
No surprise to say that T1 are the local favorites here, the gold within touching distance. Now T1 have set themselves up on Soul Point, a crucial fight. Just getting the dragon would have been good enough, but they take the whole thing, they even up the gold, and suddenly got quite the game on our hands.
This series is so fun. These team fights are so good from both sides. Last game, JDG pulling out some miraculous moves, some clean movement from Ruler. This one though, man, that engage over the top. Faker and Owner from different angles.
And I think big for Owner after kind of a lackluster game too, in a game where Kanavi is pulling further and further ahead.
Okay, Owner.
Though he's still quite weak, 369 slices. He'll get no dice. And he'll be forced to walk out of this one. Good patience from Owner.
The juke, the sense they know the danger is there. He jukes him back.
Can SCP lock up there? Carry taking a big chunk of damage. Red buff taken away this time by Owner. See who else on T1 wants to go for this one. T1 regaining their composure after a pretty difficult early game. Knight will take a tower on the top side of the map. JDG holding on to a gold lead, but T1 feeling a lot more confident coming into the next dragon fight, 2.5 minutes away. Baron spawning in 4 seconds. Both sides take it pretty quick. Although the Valley Forest actually puts a pretty big damper on any hopes JDG has for bursting it down.
And Zeus
going in on a Ruler.
Ruler, what the fuck?
Oh no! And he gets the dust blade. It's too damn clean. Kanavi trying to get something back, but it might be too little, too late. The flick back coming in. T1 see their window of opportunity. Berserk, both 80s just hitting each other. Knight now running.
Ruler,
T1
what the
taking the exchange.
fuck?
They can turn right towards Baron.
Nah, don't tell me that shit was on purpose. That guy just fucking threw, man.
T1 trying
to
start up the barrel.
He's
we'll
throwing.
See if they can take it. Kanavi, he's healing up.
Win trading.
You try to clone over the wall. The Weaver's wall through the midst of everything.
Their vision.
T1 focused on the objective. They have the Ren Smite combo. There is no reason they should give this up, but Kanavi might just be able to take it. They're now trying to burst it down. The push over the wall doesn't connect, but it does not matter. T1 get the objective. Kanavi into the pen, and he will get taken down. 369 forced to
Kanavi was too fucking late.
T1 have turned the game on its head.
3K should be at the wall. And the Baron's at 3K.
Look for the slice. Trying to double dash through one. Not able to get the second. The Q3, the Darkened Blade cutting down. But now Ruler, maybe he can get more in the fight. Ruler not running down Zeus. Owner now running. Ruler trying to make up for the previous mistake. JDG looking to take the fight. Owner overstaying, over commitment. Baker hit by the arrow. The fight doesn't stop. T1 hold on to the Baron, but JDG fire back.
And it is 369. The Crocodile stays alive throughout so much there. It's a negative Red Bull Baron power play. And more importantly, it might inhibit T1 to actually set up for the Soul, whereas normally that should happen 100% of the time. Look at Knight, the amount of damage he does, the double knockback, and then T1 They win the subsequent fight, but they go too far.
Yeah, look at Guma and Karria's health so low here, trailing on the backside, while the rest of the T1 members trying to play off pressure, trying to chase down the Crocodile. Knight and Missing come in, Karria gets deleted from the outside, and then Ruler here peeling for 369, keeping him safe. 369 baiting him in, Q healing on the outside, then the stun onto Faker almost was enough to chain into the seismic shove, but not quite enough. They just get his flash.
And there was a big miscommunication because Faker was backing while the rest of the team was like, oh, it's fine. We got 369, and they most certainly did not. But T1 still have the Baron buff available and should be able to set up for the soul point.
Flash available on Knight. Potential for playmaking is big. Kanavi caught out. So he was trying to run him down. T1 taking control of the area. Eyes on the soul. Their #1 prize, but both carries are flashless on the side of T1. They have to play flawlessly. If they miss position even once, it could cost them. Missing's ult up and available. The Ashe can find an angle and all fall apart. Zeus got out a bit here, forced to retreat. Dragon, objective, getting lower. Weaver's Wall bringing Knight into the fight. The entire team split. Arrow going wide. That's massive. 369 going to the pit, trying to isolate and take out the jungler. T1 now need to turn. It's the hostile takeover connecting. Who can get the objective? And the steal coming through in time for Kanavi, but the fight is not done. Missing on the backside. Vulnerable on his lonesome, but JDG pulling back slowly. Surely they have no jungler, but they have the objective. T1 desperate to get more. They know they need to get something here. Pushing in. 369 over the wall. Knight continuing to poke. It's diligent. It is controlled. 369 now going in, forcing out the ultimate. Missing has been caught out. Missing will go down. The Flash buying a bit more time, buying a bit more space, but he will get killed. It is only a matter of time. Zeus finishing up the fight at the end of the day. JDG get the Drake, even if T1 get the consolation prize.
Successful heist for JDG because not only do they deny the soul, and are they able to get themselves towards more dragons, but additionally, and the most important part, the Baron buff is now gone. T1 actually weren't able, because of the topside play, and then this fight, to utilize their buff to get more objectives.
All right, keep your eyes on Kanavi. He sacrifices his life to go in here and steal the dragon and deny the soul. They're trying to focus on Owner. 369 goes for him. They stun him. They seismic shove him. They keep him out. He smites early, down to the 300-something HP there, and then Kanavi's able to get it, but Kanavi just pops in the middle of T1. The sacrifice. And then they kind of get kited here and chased down. And you know, in the end, T1, they all turn their sights towards Missing on the back. Kind of respect it from JDG, though. They're trying to kite them out and poke them down, even with 4 members here. But the Kalista ultimate means they're going to get the full engage onto that Ashe. Missing has no mobility.
And what is really big is that Missing actually ends up flashing there, because at that point, I think JDG had already won the play.
I think with
Missing
Unbound,
trying to get more ends up backfiring, because Ashe in particular, when Faker has his flash available, is a sitting duck for an Azir shuffle.
Absolutely is. Missing maybe now caught out again, just as you call it, Chronicler. But Kanavi in the meantime just trying to isolate Zeus. He needs to be careful though, because the rest of T1 is now coming in. Missing running for the hills, but he surely will go down. Faker grabbing the kill. 369 being forced out of the pit. Locked up. Cloud Rift taking him out to safety. T1 finding the kill onto Missing, but not a lot else. Priority in their favor. They're going to get mid first. They're going to get push 1 minute and 30 to the Baron.
Like, I voted for T1
the main
to
goal
win.
here is going to be to try and get control of the Baron. Force
2014,
JDG to
yes.
face check, and JDG not having control. A lot of their poke from the Talia, from the Lethality Varus,
Beck is
isn't going
overrated.
to be nearly as easy to hit. And it takes away a large part of power
Everyone
for the
loves it
JDG
because it's
composition.
cheap.
We know how many times these games come down to item spikes and they come down to summoner spells. Kanavi not having his flash in that next fight could be massive. Missing his heal, probably not as big of a deal, but that Wukong not being able to immediately find backline access could
Like,
cost
for
him
its
dearly,
price,
especially
yes,
as
it's
each
fucking
and every
amazing.
member of T1 has their flash up and available.
So much tension here in this game to see if
For
they
the
can
price,
break it open.
yes,
JDG
it fits
disperses the
everything,
1-3-1
it says.
here. Ruler in
They say
your
about
ruler
it.
position, trying to hold
For the
that
price.
wave. Should be calm as T1
Yes.
get a little bit.
But
deeper
there
vision.
is some
And it feels like such an
local
important breakpoint, because this is the first game
places
that,
that
hasn't
do fried
been
chicken.
very much in favor of one of the teams. Winning this
Oh
gets you
boy,
one
man. I don't
game
know what
away
they
from
put.
making it to the
Cocaine,
World Finals. It's the
and
most
they
close
taste
game
really
we've had
good.
so far.
And
T1
it's
do
actually
have
not
Dragon
that far away. Like,
advantage,
the
but
price is not that
JDG
far away.
have an
Like,
incredible
it's the
team
same,
outcome themselves
almost.
as well.
Some are cheaper.
And if you look at some of the star players here, Ruler got a lot of the early money. This Varus is on 3 items with transformed Muramana. This Varus poke is unreal right now. 3 item power spike with the Lucidity boots as well. So much cooldown reduction, so much poke damage available here. He's the one who tries to take over mid lane Prush.
برو
They're even going to use Knight's ultimate to try
مطعم
and
هندي
get some extra damage on tower here.
بوفيه
It looks
هندي
like they don't want to step up to
بالإمارات
it.
Has to be careful. Maybe not
منطقة اسمها
expecting 4 members
كلباء.
of T1 to be there. Zeus walking up to
Or
mid lane as well.
did they say كلبة
Poke from Ruler can be devastating.
مطعم
T1
اسمه
can't spend too long
ساجدة
trading blows in the mid lane
هنود
against this Varus.
يسووا لك فرايد
Setting up and
تشيكن
taking objectives. Top side
حرام
side vision
بالله
in favor of T1. A bit of
the
vision
best
in
fried
pit.
chicken ever.
JDG
It's
don't
so
have to be too
simple,
scared, but they might be fishing for
but
the
it's so
angle. Arrow
fucking
going
good.
onto the jungler. Flick back is there. Looking to burst owner. Looking to taste him out of the
ما
equation.
تبقى
The
قلت
pullback
هنود.
is there for Guma. He will keep carry alive. Fate's call. But it's the fate of T1 to lose
لا
this
كلباء
Zeus
المنطقة اسمها كلباء
playing the edge
كلبة
here. Step forward. Dark and Blade Q2 coming
كاف
out.
لام
Just a bit of poke, though.
باء ألف
JDG
همزة
looking to take control of the area,
كلباء
but they don't quite have all the vision that they need to walk in.
اسمها كلب
They can take him down. Zeus spotted 369 early ultimate to get the fury up.
ما
Knight
أدري
going
إيش
over the
يحطوا.
wall. The flick back flashed away, but Zeus is
ترى
certainly
ما
dead.
حار.
The rest of T1 now trying to move into the jungle to compensate, but missing, zoning them off as best
يا
they can.
كلب.
Zeus, the blast cone, not enough.
ارتحت.
Back into the midst of the team, and he will get taken down. Ruler now on a rampage.
And that may be the angle
خلاص
they're looking for.
Dragons, though,
ارتحت.
are they going to try and trade Baron for Dragon's
هديت
Soul?
الدودة.
They've got Callista. They're
Looks
going to
like
try
it.
and rend it. Gumayusi's going to try and rend this dragon. They're going to try and get Cloud Soul in exchange for
ما أدري إيش
the
يحط.
Baron buff.
And the immediate
ما
win
أدري إيش
gonna
يحط.
be there for JDG. We know
مخاط
how
عرق
deadly this
ما
team
أدري.
is when they get their
يا
hands
أخي قريب
on a barrel.
بقوم أطق كف دحين
Starts
يا
off with
الله
missing,
برفع
finding
ضغط
the
اليوم
arrow
ترى
onto
شوف أنا
owner.
مواصل عقلي خفيف
Ends up going down.
عقلي
It
يخف
snowballs from there.
لما
The
واصل
vision control pivotal there because if Zeus goes unmatched and
Oh.
JDG start that up, it might have been another breakthrough. JDG able to pull out at least on the short term.
JDG have had some of the most devastating Baron power plays of any team at the tournament. Let's see what they can get done with it, because they did pay a decent price here in the form of a permanent Dragon Soul to the side of T1.
It's okay baby
Respect that soul. But for the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds, it is JDG.
أيوة بس أنت حمار مكدة أنا ما أقدر.
To bully this tower down with the empowered cannon minions will be more than enough. And again, eyes on
زقة
Ruler.
معي
Guma forced
لا
the
ما في حاجة
flash.
اسمها زقة معاك
Clean arrows from missing
أنت
this.
شو اسمه
Owner has to be careful here. Flick
أنت
back
في
up,
أرامك
trying to
المفروض
connect
ما
owner,
تزق
able to
معاك
lock this
خلاص
down. A tier 2 tower on the sides of
أبدا لا
JDG.
تقول
They
لي
should win
زقة
this
معاك
easily. A similar story for 369 on the
نحن
bottom
we're
side. T1
normals.
just need to weather
We're
the
normal
storm.
people. You're Aramco. You
And the
should,
heal
you
is
should
good
not
in
be
lane, but once you get
زقة معاك.
out, it is very tough not to have the cleanse.
Zeus on the flank.
المفروض تزق معاك حاجة واحدة.
TP coming
أوكي
in. Faker looking to make
لقمنا
a play against Ruler. Owner goes in. And
لقمنا.
again, the combos are
الفريق هذا حاليا المفروض يكون زقة معه
as damn well
مو أنت.
hostile. T1 looking to leave no
شوف
survivor.
جي دي جي المفروض هي اللي تكون هم يب
Nothing. T1 in the clutch. R2.
Yep.
Damn clean. Baker predicts Ruler's flash. He gets there first. He catches him with the ultimate. It is a clean ace.
بدي بشوف أنا فقاعد
But
أتعاطى
T1 gonna go up
Yeah, I don't know
to
what.
match
Nah,
point.
literally,
And
what
it's
I'm gonna
Faker
do
that
maybe
sets it up.
soon
Owner that knocks
will be
it
my
down.
favorite sleep.
Just when you think the JDG are in total control, it wasn't even about the Cloud Soul. It was a single moment from T1 that
Holy
gave them
shit.
this game, that set them up for a match point. Missing, he won't be enough. T1 gonna break the base.
Nah,
T1
it's
gonna
over.
move on to match point. A clean fight out of nowhere secures them their second game.
This guy Faker. Okay, let me explain to you, Shawarma, so who you should be voting
They've
for.
accomplished so much.
T1
And yet, of
is a
course,
Korean team.
Everyone knows their
JDG
main
is a
goal,
Chinese
an
team.
international
I
championship,
voted.
has been the one thing that has eluded them. They've talked about in interviews, this might be the last year that they stay together. With so many of them being
Tamam.
career T1
I voted
players,
for the Korean team to win.
to be one step away from reaching
whole thing.
another finals is huge.
An incredible game from T1, and what a confidence-inspiring moment to turn it
Hello?
back just when it might have been lost. And T1 now moving on to match point after the break. But first, let's have a look at some of the behind-the-scenes footage of our daily teases, thanks to the Oppo Cam.
To win the whole. We're hygiene album on MBS. MBS K-pop? What? MBS K-pop? Who's MBS K-pop? MBS محمد بن سلمان؟ مين؟ ايش دخل محمد بن سلمان بالكيبوب؟ مضيع. ويت انا مش فاهم. تعال او خليني اول شيء اوريك الازدواجيه اللي صارت معي. داونلود سوبر ستار اكس فروم ذا. طب ايش دخل الام بي اس بالسالفه؟ المهم ذكرت الشهادة. التصويت دحين ما شرحت لي ايش دخل ام بي اس. مين ام بي اس؟ who the fuck is ام بي اس؟ ام بي اس هو اللي ام بي اس اسمه محمد بن سلمان. في احد ثاني؟ في شيء ثاني؟ ما علينا. الازدواجيه اللي عندي لما تشرح لما تكتب انا حاط الكريستال بول مين يفوز ذا هول ووردز تي 1 فريق الكوري. تمام. لما جا البيكس حق السيمي فاينلز انه مين يتاهل للفاينلز حطت جي دي جي الفريق الصيني. فاهم؟ نظام مهوش لك تموت. تمويه هناك يعني اذا فازوا بفوز يعني بحصل 100 بوينت. اذا ما جت بحصل 5 هنا. فاهم؟ هو تمويه. تمويه اقوى تمويه. في اقوى من كذا تمويه؟ ما في. ما تحصل. what's her name? This is her name? This is her? What? I want to see her without makeup. No, she's meh. That's what I don't understand. If this is her, if this is her without makeup, wallahi, she looks like... She looks way better here than with makeup. If this is her. Even here she's cute. She doesn't look bad, except like she has the same problem with the eyes like me. Yep, that's how you should know, how you would know it's her. Yeah.
inevitable. It is Faker and T1 on match point after what was a very dicey game. And Azael, we've just been nerding out ever since that last play happened, right?
As soon as this play happened, all I could think of was the 2017 play we showed at the beginning of the day. Ruler flashing and ulting on Varus, catching Faker, ending the World Finals. This is the shoe on the other foot, and we should just run them back to back. This is the 2017 World Finals match point for Samsung. Ruler flash ults, catches Faker, they kill him, they end the game off of it. Fast forward, we can move into the next one even, and it's going to be 2023 today.
I don't like singing and dancing.
Match point now for T1 to move to the World Finals. It's Faker catching Ruler, the shoe is on the other foot. This is history between these two legends.
What did we see in the teaser? Ruler saying our road is inevitable. Faker saying remember Ruler.
TikTok crew and dancing and singing for me.
And I think also we talked about JDG's team fighting, right? And how well they layered either on the secondary follow-up engages with the Rel or primary engages with the Rel with the rest of the team rolling out.
Will I find you here?
Really on point. You saw it in that clip.
It was easy because the Wukong was actually quite strong.
Yeah, I think the Wukong was doing a lot.
Will I find you here?
Control the early stages of the game, but when you look at those team fights, I mean, Owner, incredible, flashing over the Asharo, getting in.
I don't think I will find you.
Faker, multiple times these zeros were making the difference. I think it was absolutely incredible to see just how
Just to piss you off.
we're taking what JDG are famous for, and matching them out.
It was hard for JDG to play it out, and you said it already.
This was absolutely unbelievable with the Celtics right into it. But this was amazing. In the split-second decision-making here from Owner.
I'm searching for you.
Eyes on Owner here in the middle of the fight. We're going to roll this out. And JDG, we're also
You're not there.
back up. JDG are chipping Owner down. Owner's going to die here. Nice fight. Really good angle for the ulti. Sections them off. Owner's getting really low. All of T1 is bottled up back here. And you're thinking, all right, this is JDG's dragon. T1 cannot overstep. But then right this moment here, Arrow gets fired out. And Owner does not panic. The man flashes over it.
I was searching for you.
Are you kidding me?
Don't worry, I'm gonna comment for you.
What's the follow-up here? Faker wraps around
Everyone will pass this comment and they won't understand. Only
This is my
you will.
Roman Empire.
This is insane. Look at this one's gonna live rap in my head for so long. It came from Owner, the South Legends, Faker with the follow-up, and Carry with the flag.
Should give her something, but no.
Can we pause it again at the beginning of the play? How Faker is engaging, Owner is following up. Here we see Owner.
Here, anyone that loves the song, I'll just give them.
Carry is following up. And I cannot stress
I don't
enough
understand
how
it
much
yet.
this player struggled in summer, especially with Faker out. Owner was bearing the brunt of all of the criticism and hate that T1 were receiving in a lot of these games
I feel
because
bad.
he
I'm
looked
just
so bad in some
downvoting
of them.
every
To
fucking
see him
comment
have the
for
wherewithal
no
to
reason.
come out and do this kind of play is
Because I
awesome.
love
It's
being a
crazy,
menace.
just a presence of mind in that moment. We're going into game 4 with T1 on match point and JDG
Yeah,
has
fucking
selected the blue
simps.
side. I'd like to pull up the drafts that we've seen
Stop
so far
simping.
and just think of where this could go. And in general, though, I do think we also need to keep top of mind that for a long time in this game, JDG was actually doing really well in hard situations. In
Allah,
difficult
I get to
executions.
go.
They weren't out of this game. It actually
This
needed
is
that
fucked.
play from T1. So what are we
This
thinking for game 4?
Yeah, I mean, I
is
think the interesting
fuck.
thing across these drafts is, again, we were
JDG,
talking about, okay,
you better
is
fucking
JDG
win.
going to try to contest this kind of like pushing bot lane that we've seen from T1? And here they did, and some of that was just execution based, right? Because I actually didn't mind how JDG played this out. They set up really, really well off of the level 1
Bro,
for that bot lane.
here's
like
one
we've been
thing
seeing
about the
from
Koreans
T1 and some of the
and the
previous games in
Chinese.
the series. So I'm really curious for the next
Okay.
draft if we're still going to be seeing these lanes because they've now
Look.
lost twice on red side.
Yeah, I think the super interesting one for me as well is like what red side 5 is being used for. The Alistair, not the best of picks in this last spot. When you look towards the Alistair,
This is
there,
the semi-finals.
You're counterpicking yourself with the
That
Alistair.
shit was yesterday.
Top
Come
lane.
on.
We highlighted so much coming into
Two
this.
Chinese
how
teams.
that support counterpick was going to matter massively, and the Renata
And that's a
was
third
huge
Chinese
in
team.
these scenarios.
3
When you look at the
Chinese
Senna
teams.
coming in to
The
match
top,
Dash
I
and
think,
the Caitlyn.
3
These are the picks that are actually defining the blue
from
side
China
and working
and
out so
1
well.
Korean
And we've been
team.
saying at the beginning of the day, is it going to
It's
come
like,
back to bite them that
what
JDG
the
picked
fuck,
red?
man?
Going
They-
under the assumption that the red
They
side
play
was
so
stronger
good. The
because
Chinese
of those
play
last
so
best of
fucking
fives.
good.
We saw maybe it isn't the case, Azale. What
That
do
was
you think?
another
Is T1
Korean
going to close
team,
the
but
deal here, or are we going to game
I
5?
voted for
I
them
think
to
T1's
win.
going to close it out. I think they are
But,
playing
yeah.
so incredibly well, you know, from the position that they were in. I think that they use red side a lot better, and I
Cool,
don't think that
man.
it's so blue side favored that blue side just automatically wins.
I want to go and
think
like I want to
especially the
learn.
way the Team
I
1
want
are
to learn the
fighting,
game
it's very
from
hard for JDG to
a
come
Chinese
back. Team 1 are
challenger.
beating JDG at their own game, and they look better.
Yeah, I mean,
They
I think
play
that's
so
the big thing,
aggressive,
right?
and
Is
I
again,
love their
because
style of play.
we talked about, okay, JDG are trying to match. They set up really well off the level 1 for this Varus Ashe lane.
Everyone
but then
fucking
the way
loves blue
T1
side.
won was mid to late game team fighting with Faker and Owner getting that play in mid, right, onto Ruler. So, like, I definitely think that T1 have shown that they are a multifaceted team. They are not just a team that has to play these pushing bot sides. They have a lot of really good answers, and they have the presence of mind to pull off these 5v5 fights in the mid to late game.
We have to talk about what it means for these teams, because this is a potential end of the golden road for JDG, the team most likely to ever have done it. And T1 on the other side, they are now one step away from another finals.
I love that you brought it up. They're not going to let it go so easily, JDG. I am sure, or will it be T1 to another world final?
That's a damn good question, and I have no idea, but I am hyped. This series has absolutely delivered. That game 3 was a banger. There is no other word for it.
They are playing on a razor's edge, on a knife's edge right here with some of these plays, these engages, and we are being treated to some of the best League of Legends you will ever see. Faker, so deep into his career, after all these years, can still just win a semifinals game just like that, flashing on Ruler, making the big play. And one of the big things about Champ Select coming into this game after that is that given over the Azir and Faker having such a big impact there, one of the biggest aberrations in champion pools on either of these teams is that Knight has not played it all year long. He simply does not like the champion. He has played it in previous years, but none this year at all. And that plus the Rel have been the two biggest factors.
Oh, yeah, and that was what I was wondering about, because Owner has been pivotal, right? Like his individual play on the Rel has been absolutely exceptional. Coming into the quarterfinals in particular, I still had a lot of questions about his champion pool. After the Maokai game, I feel like those are still warranted, but his Poppy and his Rel have been exceptional. The key thing here for JDG is that I'm wondering if we're going to have a trade Jarvan for Orianna, and right now, that's what it's looking like with the Kalista.
Wait, is it hot? Like, how hot is it? Bro, today I went out walking. I did 12,000 fucking steps to exercise.
They could get Faker his Azir again
in a -3
if they wanted to grab it first, or they could go
it was like 3
for
AM.
a support or a jungle pick here.
Dangerous position JDG put themselves in.
The Vi and the Jarvan are two of the combos that you usually play with Orianna.
And Owner looks damn clean throughout the entire tournament on the Jarvan. Part of
3.
the reason we've seen it taken away so frequently. Is it something the T1 want to prioritize here? Are they comfortable taking another side of the matchup? The Rel was ultimately the ban from JDG, given how
Should
comfortable
add you guys on
on it. But there is the
Snapchat so you can see
unsurprisingly.
the shit that I post.
You got to pick it away.
Random
I
shit
think
that I post.
J4 with his ultimate makes going or trying to opt into really aggressive 2v2 bot lanes with immobile carries a lot riskier. His ultimate can be such a powerful tool when you're playing things like, for example, a Varus.
So they could replace the Jarvan pick here on the side of JDG with the Vi and still have that guaranteed engage, that shockwave delivery system. Gumayushi's been so good on the Varus.
Come on,
He's
Mr.
combined
Kunafa.
with Keria for so many aggressive pushing lanes with it. They have a chance to break that up, the Ashe Varus that has been their go-to combo, but Keria's got plenty in his bag. He can dig deep for other things as well.
Baiting. Kanavi locking the Bel'Veth.
Bel'Veth.
So
Okay.
many
Man, I
dashes to
fucking
dodge
love
the
this
Jarvan
Kunafa
EQ,
guy.
favored very
Look!
often in the 1v1.
Now, she's cuter than Heejin, or whatever. Look, she's cute!
It also really emphasizes level 1s and level 1 invades and looking at Raptor steals. So now we're also even keeping that in mind.
Pressure 369 in his position, or are they going to leave it and have the risk of his pool being pinched?
So JDG are actually in a bit of a pinch here for the Aatrox because Zeus on his Smurf has been playing Graves, which we saw a really strong counter to it already.
The fucking
I wonder
Azir,
if
guys.
they're going to ban away the Graves
Jesus.
to protect Aatrox here. Some other counter picks to it that are pretty rarely seen are like the Fiora, the Camille sometimes used as well. See what they want to protect 369 with, because Zeus has definitely been one of the big advantages that they can utilize here. They're more worried about the Ashe comparison that we were talking about with the Varus.
Yeah. And I think Zeus, obviously, player not afraid to take these more volatile matchups. Busted out the Jace, a champion where you need to snowball, you need to press your lead. Did a fantastic job doing so in the quarterfinals. See if he goes for something.
What? Why, bro? She was cute.
In match point scenario, Ashe banned away for now. Again, it seems like just trying to limit the potential of this bottom lane to get free bot lane prio in the early game. Renata also taken off the board.
And I wouldn't be surprised if T1 keep hidden what Keria is going to do. Because let's not forget, it was Varus support specifically that Keria put out, after which he said, please don't do this. You are not Keria. Your teammates are not T1.
You're racist.
You should
Even
not
here,
try
you're
this at home. That
Just
is also
Korean
a
too.
Zeus special into the Aatrox specifically, and would set up a terrifying wombo combo.
Yes. He's doing it! Forget the Graves, we're going all in. The Yone, so they've got Jarvan plus Yone initiation here to set up for it. So much CC on the side of T1. It's gonna make playing Bel'Veth so difficult here. I mean, Bel'Veth relies so much on being able to tank damage with the E and have more isolated fights and skirmishes. Ooh. But every member on T1 has ways to interrupt the Bel'Veth E.
And I am concerned for JDG right now because Zeri is not a strong champion in the early stages of the game. Varus is a notorious lane bully, and you've just given the freedom to Keria to counterpick your support pretty effortlessly. Lulu good, obviously, but can be outclassed by a lot of the ranged options. And Caitlyn, while not a traditional support, is one of them.
I mean, we still don't know who's playing what. Like, given that it's Gumayushi, yeah, it's going to be the Bard instead. And let's not forget, it was this Zeri pick specifically that got him his first LCK win back in 2022. It was when Zeri was at the height of her powers, and this is a champion he is insanely comfortable. It's Kanavi still undefeated on the Bel'Veth. This is what JDG has pulled out to try and deny T1 access to the finals.
Even though JDG are on the blue side this time around, that has won all of the games, it seems a little iffy here. They do need to scale into this game, whereas T1 have a lot of playmaking options here. Aggressive lanes locked in, both in bottom lane and in top lane, and Owner got the premier ganking jungler of the patch, Jarvan. Bel'Veth, though, can get some pretty good level 1 leads if you can go for a level 1 play, if you can steal away some Raptors. We will see.
A lot of pressure on JDG, no doubt, opting for scaling, something that has done so well for them domestically and even internationally. Not surprising, but T1's roster and the lineup that they have opted for in Champ Select is incredibly, incredibly explosive. Strong on the level 1. Bard and Varus with the Halo Blades, incredibly oppressive if you do want to fight level 1. This is going to be a tricky puzzle to try to solve from the side of JDG to bring us to a Game 5.
And to me, Kanavi is going to be the key. He is the one that needs to be the bridge for JDG towards that mid to late game, where I still think the T1 comp has a lot of power, but that is where this composition from JDG is going to shine. When Knight and Ruler are hitting 1-2 items, they can single-handedly win fights. We've seen them do it countless times, and they have no choice at this point.
Keria walking in, getting a little bit of early chip damage. Rain of arrows coming down as well, just to follow that up. Ruler should just be able to back here, not a big deal. A bit more money in the back pocket of Keria. I imagine he gets all 3 stacks there, so probably can go back, opt for a pot if he so chooses. Control word.
Kanavi definitely a very good Bel'Veth player. Played a lot of games of it, and their eyeballs are on those Raptors we're talking about. But T1, well aware, trying to defend, should be able to do so. Keria's even made a recall. Look at the Bard coming down mid lane. Keria's kind of hovering at the mid ground here, just in case JDG were to make a hard push. But of course, with full vision, we know that the JDG bottom lane is down bottom, and so they're not going to go for the hard force on Raptors just yet.
No, the ideal world of starting enemy Raptors on Belveth will be denied for now, at least. See what Kanavi can do to steal some of those away as we move later into the game. Early lane phase, have to see if JDG can get any priority here. Guma not opting for Hail of Blades, so not quite as keen to go for lane prio. Instead, trying to match the scaling that Ruler is going to bring to the table with the Zeri.
Yeah, going to be the lethal tempo and call as well. So him and Carrier going to be very happy to just take it easy in this lane. And we have already seen against LNG what Guma can do on this very auto-attack focused Varus. As the early laning phase is going to be really big. Duno missing, going for the healer, Carrier for the ignite. And both junglers expected to path towards the bot side of the map. Early level 2 is there for JDG though.
And for Owner, we know how impactful he can be in the early game. It has been a story of junglers pretty much across the entire series. But for Owner on this J4, a bit more pressure to make some of these early plays happen. Topside going well for Zeus here. Early levels for Aatrox difficult. Dark and Blade cooldown is simply so long that it's hard to find good opportunities to trade back. Zeus stacking the wave here. Not a lot of dive threat, but can go for the Q3 if he wants a bit of extra poke.
So tense here. With Zeus pushing in on top side, knowing both junglers pushing away from the top lane. Zeus getting a lot of harassment done under the tower even, using his aggressive E here as he's able to push up. Meanwhile though, bottom lane, supported by the junglers clearing down towards them. The Lulu Zeri early on, getting control of the minion wave. And being able to use that for their safety.
Yep. Might have a fight towards the early scuttle as well. We do see T1 already placed some vision down there. Faker, at least right now, will have priority, but will use that to go for a base instead. I don't know if Knight will actually let him, and we do see Missing and Ruler already trying to make their way over and ensure that Kanavi can get this early crab, and doesn't look like T1, at least for now, are winning. But Faker did get it back in, made his way back to the mid wave, but will be behind on the play.
Carrier maybe just going to throw down a bit of poke. Cosmic Binding to hit Missing. Kanavi will grab the crab. Belveth, incredibly strong early on in the game.
Yeah, pushing bottom lane allows JDG to come first as well. And he's going for the double here. We'll see about the meetup, because Owner also trying to get in position first. Can he get to the Pixel Brush and have control of vision? He gets the ward down in it. And he's got Smite as well, so he's got it.
Yeah, priority there for Zeus as well, who's first on the roam if they do try to force the objective. So instead, Scuttle Crab traded 1 for 1. Owner now turning his attention over to his Raptors. Zeus is just keeping this pressure up on the top side of the map.
And I want you to pay attention to the amount of vision that has been set up here, allowing Zeus to really play so aggressively with this Yone and try and generate leads, which with the Graves was exactly the same way that we've seen the Aatrox be dealt with before. As long as you are aware, and they have been doing a good job of tracking Kanavi, Zeus should be able to push to his heart's content.
Right, continuing to poke in the mid lane, but you're right. Control and support for Zeus in so many of these clutch scenarios, regardless of what champion he is playing, has been a hero and a standout for T1 this tournament. As Carrier, for now, just denying Missing's back, has just enough mana for the Whimsy to take him out to safety.
And JDG and 369 have to be very careful this game, because if Zeus gets a lead this game, the Yone has a very easy time of getting set up by a Bard ultimate.
Missing, denied again. There's no kill angle here.
If Carrier can land a Bard ultimate later, set him up for an easy Yone over the top, they can group
Carrier might be the one in trouble. Journey comes out. Ruler going through.
Playing with him.
He can go over the wall.
Yeah, big thing here is that the wave state obviously is kind of rough. We'll see if Ruler is able to actually shove it in, but with the wave just now coming in, I don't think he will be able to without missing. Might have to give up some CS here. One thing that is really big though, and I've seen a lot of Zeri games come out, as I think Zeus actually went for the
he did. He went for the Fate
yeah.
Seal. He completely whiffed. Looked like a nice side step from 369. No flash burn means pretty favorable trade.
But no one on T1 is 100% secure in locking down.
Okay, 7
this area,
minutes.
right? There's no
Oh, wait,
Nautilus,
6 minutes.
there's no Vi.
If it goes
and
to
that
10
is
minutes
something
without
that Ruler
kills,
in the past, particularly with the shielding that he's going to get from Knight, from Missing, has been
JDG
able to
would
utilize insanely well. Was of course a different era of Zeri.
Mark my
don't
words.
have as much agency as you did back then, as Carrier going for a play, but will get spotted on the ward.
Kanavi coming in. Owner waiting in the darkness. Don't want to commit to the play there.
They gotta know.
They're late on the bot lane roam. Yes, Carrier gets out of lane, but for now, Guma forced to just catch that CS. Faker Waiting as long as he can, trying to hold on to the shifting sands. Turning their attentions to the bottom lane. Guma only level 5. Carrier.
The short tunnel.
Yeah, if you've ever played Bard, that's a classic. That's the little stubby guy right there. Not going to do much. That's why you normal cast and don't smart cast the Bard portal.
It's the dragon nub. You just get a little...
Do note, there are no teleports for either top laner here, so if we do get a fight for this dragon, or at least for the scuttle, it will be exclusively between 4 versus 4.
Owner going in, decent bit of poke damage, just the EQ as well as the Iron Spike Whip. No level 6 again.
Guma is 6.
Carry a flash to the wall, locking up Knight. It's a clean play, flag drag, flash forward. Committing on a Knight, the shockwave now coming in, Faker turning it right, back, first blood. Everybody getting out, that's a one hell of a magical journey. They'll get the kill back on the Owner, but now they're in enemy territory. Cosmic Binding is good, but here comes Kanavi, locked up, nowhere for Faker to go, and JDG fire back, but Zeus on the top side going all in,
and
still.
Ruler is rich. Both of those kills going into the Zeri is exactly what JDG want. Get this Zeri super fed. You have the Lulu and the Orianna. Double supportive scaling here for the pentakill machine.
And it's specifically the stall from JDG that ends up being the big difference maker there. Guma doesn't initially join the fight when Carrier goes in. And look at the heal and shockwave combo. Even with the flash, it's not enough. And it means that Guma doesn't actually hit his ult. JDG with the full health rush are able to cut off the escape. And Ruler getting fed on Zeri this early. I've seen countless times, and it does not end well for his opponents.
Yeah, that's about the worst possible thing that could happen if you're a T1 fan right now.
Oh, yeah.
Ruler's area getting ahead, definitely a big concern there. Able to go back and buy the Noon. Quiver is now locked up. Fate Seal going to take him out to safety. 369 not able to get in front of it and stop the dash.
I like the call from JDG, you know, the full rotation up to the top side of the map, trying to play off of those 2 kills that they got so they can rush down Rift Herald for the Bel'Veth, use those Bel'Veth Voidlings for pushing along with the pop, and continue to snowball him.
It also takes away a lot of the power that Zeus was having in this isolated 1v1. Now Kanavi on the Bel'Veth got an early Herald. That's a best case scenario for JDG, and they're looking for more.
Zeus no ulti, very vulnerable if they do want to commit for the all-in, but Owner and Carrier in the area. Right here beside him, level 6. Around the corner for Carrier, but still needs a bit more. Faker over the wall, though, has been locked in by the Infernal Chains above and below, coming up for the Bel'Veth. Faker in trouble, not going to be able to get out of this one. The kill coming through for Kanavi.
Yeah, that's
Holy
JDG territory.
shit,
Faker walks right in, and they welcome him with open arms.
What did he do to you
Teleport down the bottom
guys?
side to even catch the minion wave
Bam,
in here for
chill.
Knight. So JDG are able to take basically everything there. The only thing they had to give up was 1 turret plate to Guma.
You can see the continued play. JDG so badly want to use the early power of the Bel'Veth when the Herald goes down to try and get as much gold into the Zeri as humanly possible.
It's an incredibly heads-up play, not giving Ruler a laning phase. Instead, just focusing on finding all this gold in these favored lane scenarios. He doesn't have to go against the Varus, pulling further and further ahead. Standing on a ward currently. He's going to have the Q3. Doesn't look like he is going to go for it on the top side. He will. Canceling that one. Q3 can come out. He's only got a few more seconds of soul inbound, but Ruler will be able to just parkour his way out to safety.
Good jump there from Ruler. If Zeus hits that Q, he probably tries to follow up with the ult and then Carrier there as well. But he jumps out. No damage dealt. No problem for them. Easy reset afterwards. And very comfortable early lead here for JDG. Not only is it the magnitude of the early lead with the gold here, but it's the concentration of it in the exact perfect spot.
Yes. Just continuously canceling these backs. Actually pretty disruptive to the side of JDG.
Yeah.
We're going to push one more wave. Stride Breaker now completed for Kanavi. He's very powerful. Owner still trailing behind. Doesn't have the luxury of the extra assist or kill. But Owner will start up the Drake. Focus on the Dragons has paid dividends for T1 in the entire bracket stage, excuse me.
And that is actually courtesy of Zeus, right? If Ruler and Missing are able to get there back in early, I think Ruler gets back, picks up his Storm Razor, and then T1 might not be able to get the Dragon. We'll be getting that though. Still think JDG is going to be very happy with how this early game has played out. Very early Storm Razor and call finish on Ruler. I think he was sitting at like a, 700 gold lead already this early on in the game on a pick that obviously scales insanely well. And early Drake is going to go to T1, but because it's so late, doesn't feel like Dragon stacking is going to be as easy as it was in the previous games.
Yeah, and JDG, their eyes are just set on Ruler's inventory. They're like, we get a couple items on the Zeri, and then we will be able to take over. So the price of giving up a couple of early dragons, they're not as worried about because they have confidence they can win those later dragon fights and even stop any stacking that T1 started early.
And while in the previous game, T1 had some phenomenal team fight execution, and do need that to lock down this Zeri, it's not something you want to have to rely on, these flawless engages. You want to be able to play things a bit more standard, a bit more by the book, and that's only going to get harder and harder as Ruler gets more items under his belt. Because we talk about the threat of JDG. They absorb your engage, they re-engage. That's Zeri in a nutshell. You go in on her, you don't kill her, she pushes ult, she kills your entire team.
And a really big thing for T1, I think, is trying to get someone in side lane ahead. And that's why so much attention has been paid towards Zeus. Because if he is unmatched inside, it gives you a pressure point to try and draw apart JDG. Because in the mid to late game, no one will be able to match this Yone in the 1v1. But if he doesn't actually get a meaningful lead, and JDG are able to maintain control of the game, get early objectives, then T1 is going to be stuck trying to 5v5, trying to actually contest for some of these dragons, some of these barons, and it'll make it a relatively straightforward task for JDG. Again, particularly with 9 on Orianna, which has been insane throughout this entire series, really the entire tournament, and then Ruler on a Lulu powered up Zeri.
Yeah, it's just a perfectly constructed comp here for the way that JDG like to play around their super carries. Meanwhile, T1 overloading topside as we get a teleport back to the tower from 369. Area thinking about it. That's going to be all that they do up here.
Now, Zeus obviously pretty favored in the 1v1. Easy for him to kind of dictate when they do and do not trade, but hasn't been able to break that matchup open quite yet. Maybe it'll get easier once he completes that first item. Luden's now completed for Faker. The crown for Knight, again, aware that he needs to survive on side lane, potentially against someone as lethal as the Yone.
And yeah, facing Yone in a side lane is just a nightmare, even with Crown. It does take away, I think, particularly from the engage potential of someone like Owner, as Zeus, he needs to play this aggressive. And you see, again, we've talked about this earlier as well, but it still remains true. There is so much attempted vision here from T1 just to try and ensure that this Yone can get to a decent state in the game. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Herald is going to be up in about 35 seconds, and I would expect both teams to heavily try and play towards that. For JDG, offers you an opportunity to get Ruler even further ahead and break open that mid lane turret in particular. For T1, maybe that's the break that Zeus has been looking for.
Looking for that angle as Carry, again, just continues to be a nuisance here. Magical Journey takes him out to safety. Gumishi just going to catch the wave in mid lane, so you can get priority here first. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the Drake. Yes, 10 seconds left on the second Herald. JDG get prio here. Expect they're favored on the objective, and you can see the one strong point for T1 in this pretty rough early game is still Zeus on the top side, on the Yone. Going to continue to track what he can get done with his lead.
Constantly moving in, getting some turret plate money for himself, getting that pressure down for T1.
The vision.
But here it comes. Rift Herald's been started. T1 are here. Teleports are ready for both Faker and Knight.
TB coming to the mid lane from Knight. TB coming into the pit from Faker.
Oh boy.
Unleashed just in time. Ruler slowed down just a bit. Objective getting lower and lower. Who's going to take it? Kanavi is going to grab it. Ulti coming out with the shockwave on the backside to lock up Gumayushi. Owner goes in, but he's not able to get much done. Kanavi dipping and diving. Zeus finally going to catch the jungler, but Ruler for now is still completely untouched. Kanavi is living. The lightning crash comes out, and it is time for T1 to get the hell out of dodge. Zeus has burned all of his resources, but continuing to step up. Will walk away, but JDG again, they get the Herald, they keep their jungler alive. It's a perfect exchange.
And Kanavi does not die in those moments. Missing, backing him up. They get the Herald again for the Bel'Veth, and they're able to get the better hand of T1.
Let's see if they can actually start snowballing with it, knock down some of these turrets, because Dragon coming up at only 14 seconds, and T1 are trying to reset in time for it.
Take a look at some of the individual gold. Lead on the top side, 1K to Yone. Ruler getting further and further ahead, that much closer to the quick blades.
Now, T1 do have teleport advantage if Zeus can either get some space away from 369 or even go back to base. Zeus could teleport down to the dragon fight and kind of sacrifice the push on top in exchange. Also, another thing to think about always when you're playing against the Bard, Kanavi here does have Rift Herald, but Bard can just ult the towers to immune them and immune the charge and nullify most of the effect.
Yep, 5 seconds till that ult is available for Keria. Varus ult already available. Kanavi going through the portal! He didn't mean to click that! Oh, that's gonna cost him! Still standing for now! Will live!
That's a magical journey indeed.
Yeah, but not the good
Holy
kind of magic.
shit.
And even though Kanavi is able to stay alive, that is a lot of health gone for the jungler, and T1 immediately
Mr.
going to try and
Knafout, what are you
capitalize.
doing?
Kanavi starting to heal up, has the red buff
Yeah, they
ticking.
can't contest.
There's no room for JDG to contest this one. The Herald going to be immediately dropped mid. Keria still has the ulti to deny the charge, but JDG barreling in. A lot of members here might be able to break the tower anyway. Still, they're going to break it. 369 caught up.
Oh!
Gumayushi going to go in for the counter engage. The flash out. Keria flashing forward. Will not connect on the stun. Faker on the flank. Herald still there. Void Remora still there. Zeus finds the knockup. He finds two, but there's no follow-up. He gets out the Lulu wall. Kanavi now stepping in. Knight there. Shockwave comes back. The counter punch from JDG is too damn much, but T1 are still standing. T1 are still firing back. It's a 1-for-1.
Oh, these bites are just on the edge. Knight with the shockwave to find them, but the counter kill again under tower. This time around, Kanavi's not surviving under tower twice.
And this is reminiscent of game number 3. Neither of these teams are giving up anything for free, and after the charge is denied, it's Zeus going in aggressively, but this is an Orianna that actually does have the crown, and Missing has his defensive cooldowns as well. Is able to wild growth himself, and then the shockwave, it looks like the fight is turned for JDG, but it's not enough for Zeus.
Zeus new running, has no fate sealed. Still a big threat in the 1v1 with the rest of the team now on the way. Looks like Hullbreaker will be the second item choice for Zeus, so focusing on that side lane.
Kanavi's had some wild clicks so far in this game. The magical journey and then also the crystal there going in.
That was very close to being like the worst click of the tournament. But he lives somehow.
It's fine. He's okay.
It's fine. We learned cats have 9 lives. Bel'Veth has 3. You only get a couple of those before she eventually has to go down.
All right, well, we do have the quick blades for Zeri, or Ruler here. Level 11 Zeri Ruler. Now that is a bit scary for T1. They have to give preference on the map right now to wherever Ruler is moving with JDG. The chase down potential of this champion, if you make a mistake, is going to be too much.
Way too much. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Zeris just barely get out and then turn a team fight. And it is also fitting that it's Knight and Ruler that I think are going to have to do heavy lifting. 369, just because of the counter pick, hasn't really been able to have the biggest impact. And it was Knight and Ruler together that were able to deny that crucial 5th game from KT with an absolutely heroic play, which didn't involve Zeri, but did involve Knight's Orianna. And it feels like T1 should be good. When it comes to specifically the side lane, they are clearly trying to leverage Zeus as much as they can. But is JDG actually going to let them?
And even in some of these team fights here, Zeus in a position to create a lot more pressure than 369's Aatrox. This is a defensive Aatrox. This is the Gore Drinker Sterix, tankier version of it, not the lethality that we have been seeing. Whereas Zeus here will have big damage output. We saw the grouping of the ultimate on display in the last one.
Yeah, as long as he can stack up that Q, should be able to find backline access when combined with the Soul Unbound, the Fate Seal, the Ultimate, and E respectively. Baker continuing to walk up on the top side. And now Keria caught out, no magical journey available. Ruler walks in, just gets a freebie.
Dang.
Knight serves up Ruler some extra gold on a silver platter.
And now JDG just walking in, looking to take tier 2. Guma's here, but what is he gonna get done? Now trying to lock them up, has flash out to safety. Owner buying a bit more space for Guma, but they're being forced to retreat. TP already used. Zeus waiting over the wall, trying to find the jungler. It feels personal how many times this man has managed to survive, but the fate is sealed of Kanavi. T1 managed to punish in the mid lane. Keria traded for Kanavi in the grand scheme of things.
Baker says, I invest my TP, I take my kill, as they are able to collapse onto Kanavi there, and I think that is big. Could have been an opportunity for JDD
Kings on
to
Dragon,
try and get
Baron.
more. Yeah, what is T1 going to do? They do have a
They have a Yone and a Varus. They have a Yone and a Varus. They eat this objective alive.
Rageblade's done.
JDG have zero vision. They have zero way into the pit. They have zero tools to get on top of them quickly. T1 are determined to take the objective. It's getting lower and lower. There's a portal in the back of the pit. It's a goddamn good heist. T1 get in. They get the Baron, and they get the hell out.
Holy
and we
moly.
hadn't seen a lot of these, but the T1 Baron is back, baby. 21 minutes in, Kanavi goes down, and T1 might also be able to use this to set themselves up for an Ocean Soul point. A Hull Breaker Ocean Soul Yone. It's a nightmare.
You can best believe Kanavi's gonna hear it after this one. He better have some good plays around Dragon coming up.
And that's the thing, as much as we talk about not being able to give JDG an inch because they're so proficient in the late game, the same is true of T1 around Baron. If there's any team that will go for this objective at a moment's notice, it is this T1 lineup. But JDG know they have priority access to the pit. Zeus waiting over the wall. Again, it is all eyes on Ruler. He has to be the difference maker here. A good shockwave, the Zeri follow-up could be enough for JDG to take the fight, but for now they're focused on the objective. Owner zoning them away. 2.5K is getting lower and lower. They will burn it down. They get what they came for. T1, do they want to stay for the fight? Knockup coming through. Owner caught up. Flag and Drag will take him out to safety. Kanavi burning on the back side. Owner still standing with Ruler with the lightning crash now trying to go in, but goes gold and Carrier buys a bit more space for the rest of the team. Arrows coming in from the bars. Ruler incredibly low, but maybe, just maybe, he can turn it back. But Guma's still standing tall. He can't walk into range. T1 starting to feel like an inevitability. Ruler, Zeri, not enough.
Okay, GG.
JDG in circles in these team fights. What?
Zeus flashing forward, just trying to deny, just trying to zone them away. Blood in their eyes. They want everything. They'll break the tier 1.
And Zeus is just like, I'm flashing, I'm canceling backs, I'm finding a target, but that is soul points. That is a Red Bull player and power play of 3.5K, and that is T1 setting themselves up for a possible final.
Not a single T1 member dropping there. You have to look at both sides of this team fight. It sections off into so many different sick plays. First of all, though, is the Dragon. Guma Yushi combo arrow with Owner to be able to secure it. Guma at Worlds has been able to steal objectives, and he's able to secure them with his team. Faker goes in for the ultimate, which gets Knight's stasis here, and then Knight has to flash Zeus's ultimate that was over the top. Then Zeus just continues back up to the top side of the team right where Owner lived.
The lineup is perfect there. They've locked up Ruler. That's all that they need. Zeus now stepping in. Zeus desperate to get the Q3, but he cannot find the angle. Ruler now retreating. T1, will they go for more? Flash in from Owner. Kanavi now in trouble. Wild Growth coming out. T1 find the angle. Barreling down the top side with the Baron.
Next time Banda Azir versus Faker.
JDG, the magical journey for T1 coming through, and perhaps the golden road coming to an end.
And it was Carrier that actually was able to hit his ultimate on Ruler in that fight. That's why Ruler couldn't do anything. The most fed member of JDG in that fight around the Dragon wasn't there.
The Baron now just times out. Kanavi's the only one that remains dead, but T1 with lightning quick speed takes so much from JDG. Faker now 5 kills to his name on the Azir, collecting heads. Ruler jumps through the wall, and T1 are not gonna let that one slide. Carrier nails him. Zeus with the follow-up, and T1 swarm on them. Gumayushi hits his ulti there onto Kanavi. They chase him down. Because Ruler had been chased out with so little health, they pick up the kill on the jungler again.
And it's not done for JDG. They've come back from worse games, but just the level of dominance that T1 was able to show ever since that Dragon fight, the gold lead now skyrocketed towards them. I think Zeus is going to be unkillable inside the moment that they get this Ocean Soul, and Kanavi needs to make sure that that doesn't go their way.
If JDG win this game, it's going to be off the back of a miraculous Zeri team fight.
Again!
Knight is locked.
The crown will not stop that. And he's only a Knight. Faker knocking him down, unstoppable.
Carrier Bard! He's got the hand of Midas. Everyone he touches turns to gold in the favor of T1.
T1 continuing to press forward. JDG backs against the wall. They've come so far, so close to the golden road.
I thought that was a fucking play for a moment.
Eyes on Ruler, time is on the execution. T1 not giving them a single moment to breathe, a moment to relax. Ruler clearing the wave as best he can. Guma getting stronger and stronger. The attack speed bar is starting to hit like a truck, shredding through the tower slowly but surely. Faker on the flank.
And the big thing is, Ruler's Flash cooldown, which I think is going to be an absolutely pivotal summoner, will not be up for when the dragon spawns. There is a window here for T1 where they can all in on this dragon, try and make sure that the Zeri won't be able to get away as consistently from the engage from Zeus. Gumayushi also finishing wits end. Build like this on it doesn't skill nearly as well as some of the more AP or crit focused builds, but right now you are dishing out so much damage.
T1, they have been faced with the LPL gauntlet. They took down BLG in the Swiss stage, they took down LNG in the quarterfinals. Looking at JDG here, can they do it?
Weibo waiting for them in the finals. Kanavi taking the buff. Tension on each and every play that JDG are going to try to go for at this stage of the game. They cannot afford any more slip-ups, any more mistakes, to be caught out. And it's so hard now, because Keria can just fish with Bard ults. T1 have the advantage. A massive gold lead, 3 Drakes backing them up, 4 seconds to the Baron, 6 to the Ocean Soul. JDG have to be careful.
Zeus coming up the river here.
JDG have to be perfect.
He's going to start up the dragon himself.
Kanavi getting chunked away. Zeus can start this one, draw the attention of JDG. They're forced to respond. They can't afford to give up the soul. Guma clearing the mid-wave. T1 a bit split. Eyes on Ruler. Eyes on the shockwave of Knight. Kanavi stepping in, flash to the side from Faker. Ooh. At the cost of very little. Owner walking more, but Faker now dominating! Kanavi!
No.
Massive mistake! Keria now going in, the Ruler's untouched! Goes golden and now Ruler! Looking to take over the fight, Ruler still standing, but Guma still standing, Guma firing back! Ruler goes down! Guma's just better! Zeus now stepping in. Fate sealed.
It's a
We're in the Soul Unbound now taking it back. The Ocean Soul for T1. They get everything they want.
It's the Death Cap! It's the Death Cap for Faker, the damage! Unexpected! They're gonna get Soul! They're gonna get Baron!
Run from it! Dread it! T1 are inevitable! Faker will come for the final spot! T1 will get the Baron! They will get the split push! They've got JDG on the rope!
They're gonna go to the finals.
They've got maybe one last fight in them. And then a few more after that if they want to claw their way back into this game, but it all falls apart. A single mistake, a single moment where Kanavi messes up.
What the fuck's wrong with this Kunafa?
Tries to get the W knockup onto Faker. Faker flashes it to the side and then chops him down, and that is the signal for T1. They go all in. Keria onto Ruler. Ruler flashing then onto Gumayushi, but Guma pops him.
And it's the player on T1 that had the worst international debut in 2022, but it's him that's been trying to keep and hold down the fort and wins it there.
Coming into this tournament, he said, me and Keria are the best bot lane. He is looking to prove it as he breaks the back of each and every LPL AD carry.
Gumayushi also said, when questioned, how will you stop Ruler? I
Def.
won't. I will crush him. And he just did.
And now, crucially, Ruler doesn't have his flash available. Knight doesn't have his flash available. Just shy of Death Cap. No real power there for the Orianna. Such a defensive build. I don't know if they're going to have the damage, particularly with Ocean Soul.
Ocean Soul Zeus on the side lane. Can't be stopped. He can be slowed, but he cannot be stopped without more members there. 369 will not be enough. JDG know that that's a losing prospect on the top side, so instead they will focus on the bottom side, but this inhibitor will be a continuous weak point. 369 finding the lockup. Zeus snapping back on the Soul Unbound. Will just break the inhibitor. He knows what he's here for. It is slow. It is controlled. It is diligence. The hype moment over for a moment as Kanavi weaves in and out of the exchange, looking for a bit of redemption for himself. T1, explosive fight after explosive fight has put them in a position to close this out cleanly, clinically. Death by 1,000 cuts for JDG.
So much riding on these last minutes. JDG trying to defend their golden road as it crumbles before them. T1, the onslaught will not stop. Third inhibitor goes down.
T1 pushing in.
They're not done.
They've got the Baron still. 36 seconds. 5K Red Bull Baron power play backing them up. Zeus finding an initial knockup, just a bit of poke. A single misstep from JDG and T1 can instantly fully commit to the fight. It's the shockwave. Kanavi getting lower and lower, falling apart under the pressure. JDG's hope dwindling. They've taken down BLG. They've taken down
Holy shit. What's getting out of hand? Look at the Koreans. Your people. They're happy.
At the head of this squad that has had so much success, but still chasing the cup.
The highs and lows of this roster over the last 2 years. The hype in spring after they won, and one of the best splits of all time. And not able to deliver again at MSI, again at Worlds, again this year. And now they get another opportunity.
And for Faker to beat Ruler here, to go on to the finals, in front of a home crowd, to return to Seoul, to return to the final stage after a tumultuous year, a tumultuous summer, where they looked lost at times, where Faker wasn't even there for a decent chunk of it, is an incredible, incredible achievement. We were ready for 4 LPL teams in the semifinals, but T1 denied the odds then, and they continue to do so. Their opponents, JDG, a solemn bow, as their golden road is denied.
So crazy to hear from the interviews from some of these T1 players about the possibility of the roster not sticking together as well. But what a way to go out if they do. A finals placement again here at Worlds. Another chance.
And it showcases again why the Golden Road is such an elusive goal, because the meta mid-tournament has shifted so much, and it's why so many teams have fallen short, because the amount of depth you need to have is almost impossible to ask from any team.
You need to have the depth,
wow.
and you need to show up each and every day. If you
Did
slip
talk
up
to your,
one
wait,
day in the bracket
your
stage,
neighbor
your
in
entire
Jeddah?
year ends.
Or your neighbor in...
And that was what it was. And you know, hearts out to the side of JDG, to Kanavi, who will be kicking himself for the rest of his life.
Oh, you're
the
not in
mistakes that
town.
he made in that game. That is horrifying, but also incredible. That is the high and low of this sport. And today, T1 get to live on that high. Faker gets to live on that high. They are moments,
usually, if you call the police,
series, 5 games
they
away
will tell
from
them
lifting the
that
Summoner's
you
Cup.
called.
And it's incredible to see how no matter how many times they're doubted or counted out, they just keep coming back.
I don't know what are the
T1,
rules.
as you said, have shifted the meta themselves.
The rules over here, nobody said anything.
Towards these bottom lane picks. Zeus here even pulling out
like they won't tell him who
such a huge
reported.
influence from the top side, and look at
But
that. The passion.
if he knows that you reported it, he might cause trouble for you.
Castrogen the GOAT.
Castrogen absolutely the GOAT.
Unmatched, truly.
Yeah. I mean,
You can feel it in the stadium. All of Korea behind T1. It's crazy. It's vibrating in here.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
And
but
we're
then
gearing up for an interview in a few moments. But in the meantime, I mean, just
there's
appreciating
something
this
between
moment
them.
that, again, we were so close to 4 LPL teams. T1 defied expectations.
Baker said,
They're
not
gonna
in
fuck
my
you up.
house.
Not in my house. LNG, the favorites in that series. T1 struck them down pretty effortlessly, showing us a new meta. Built on the backs of Supreme's earlier performances in the tournament. And then in this game against JDG, even in the mid to late game fights, we saw them show up clutch to bring it home for Korea and for T1 fans everywhere.
It's a culmination as well of the development that this roster has seen over the last 2 years.
ايش
One
الحرمة
of
صارخ
their
ايش تقول؟
biggest criticisms, and
قاعد تقول
I don't
الحقوني
think it's fair to
الحقوني؟
just point fingers
Yep,
at
call the
drafts. I
cops.
think that there is so much more that goes into a game of League of Legends, but it's
والله
undeniable
الصراحة عادي
that
ترى
T1
الصراحة
have
عادي
not been
يمكن
able in crucial games consistently to find the
يعني
angles, and whether they are able to
يلعبها.
actually make it happen until the end, that remains to be seen. But at least up until this point, they are very aware that meta read is everything, and it feels like it's also one of the big advantages we had today. This Yone coming out, even though we've seen Zeus play before, I think was absolutely pivotal.
And I think the other person that you saw in the previous highlight that I just want to continue to draw more attention to, not as if he's not going to be basked in so much praise, but is Guma.
Oh yeah.
You know,
إذا أبو البنت عنده فلوس ما كان زوجها الورع
talking a lot of smack and not being able to back it up. Now he's regained that confidence to talk trash heading into a series and to back it up. We saw it against Gala, the 1v1 in bot lane of Felius versus Vars. We saw it in that fight as well, taking out Zeri. Vars, a powerful champion, certainly, but just playing it to perfection in those final moments.
It was perfect.
أنا
Really
أقول
flashed into his
اقلع
face.
الشيطان
He stood his ground
اتصل على
and
الشرطة
popped him.
قال لهم إنه هذا
Massive,
شرطة
massive
شرطة مو
stuff for
شرطة.
this T1 team. The smiles on their faces, And you know they truly appreciate it because they have been so close
Konava, you fucked up.
and not been able to complete. There we go.
And that's enough from us. Let's send it over to the winner's interview.
Okay, GG. Thank you guys. Bye bye. Come again later. What the fuck was this? What was gonna happen? I forgot what I wanted to do. Oh yeah. I just play TFT because I'm too tired to think. I wanted to play Fairlight, but I've been awake since yesterday. I can't focus. Do you wanna build a snowman? Oh, that's what Diana says in the news. She doesn't say, do you want to build a snowman? She says, do you want to kill a snowman? Oh, let's keep playing this thing. Boom. That's how quick it is.
Ready for trouble?
Good morning, musketeers. Happy birthday, musketeers. Happy birthday, musketeers. He's 25 years old now. I'm kidding. He's 20 years old. He's not old yet. I hope that I'll still be awake after this. Bruh, he's 20 years old, not 25. I was kidding. Shut up, shut the fuck up. Kebab. Kebab. He called you. No. His name is Black Killer. That's what we call him. All my homies call him Black Killer. Beats by school. والله ودي اروح هنا ابعصهم. I wanna go there just to fuck them up. Just let's see. Scar fuck سروالي ماسك يعني. Let's go without E, bro. Without E, just dar. It's special like that, you know. Just like shawarma is without the E, just straight up to the R. He has a problem with E's. He has a problem with his online nice one. Damn. Oh fuck. يتكلم عربي. Surprise. الله surprise. No, don't tell him what you are, bro. What did I do? Why did I do that? I deserve to be... I deserve to get whooped on the ass right now. Yeah, now I fucking regret not going Bilgewater. What am I even doing? You're already compared to me. Wait, Shawarma, you're 18? Wait, are you for real? Shawarma, you're 18? No, fam. You can't be 18, right? You're not 18, right? No, first of all, when were you born? Which year? Miladi. What, 2006? 5? 4? When? Fucking Gen Z. 2005. God damn. God damn, now I feel fucking old. Yep. 18. God dang. You're fucking... Yeah, but 2 years you're gonna be 20, bro. And your decline will start. Bro, in Islam, you're adult when you like when you're like 13 or 14. خلاص. أول ما تكون الصلاة عليك إجبارية خلاص. That's it. فتحنا بلاد فارس وقضينا على الروم وحنا صغار. أو 16 سنة 14 سنة. خلاص حبيبي سيبك من قال لك you're an adult when you're 18 bro. Fuck that shit man. Doesn't go with us. No, that's in their world. In our world أول ما تكون الصلاة عليك إجبارية خلاص. Fuck legal shit bro. ما حد قد bro you used to drive without before the license. Shut the fuck up. Let's do illegal shit. I'm not bully. I'm a realist. You can't. No. Bro, we can't have wins when your existence is a loss to humanity. كيف البعصة بس؟ If I get her, that's gonna be 5. I need a vanquisher. اصلا even orbits. لا bro, remember Orbit, the channel? They closed after they knew that you were there. Like, nah, fuck that shit. كان يشتي بعصا اليوم قلب يمني. اعطاني اللهجة اليمنية. اعطاه باللهجة اليمنية. عصب طلع العرق. الحرب يطلع العرق. No, I don't wanna put Susan. I need at least a third. Put Susan for like 3 fucking juggernauts. Why? At least this guy has CC. طلع العرق عصب. Maybe, but no, I need space. It depends if I get a Vanquisher. Juggernaut. Like, now I can. But this is so fucking... Yeah, حبيبي. Okay. This channel has been banned. Hello? What the fuck? I can't read. Hello? Oh, what is my... I can't see my chat. يا الثاني. بس يا بزران. تبندنا اليوم. could have had 2 Freljords. Why can't I fucking find him? Yeah, GG. So, what the fuck is going? The O is on you? ارجع هذا. لا والله لا ترجعهم وتسوي خير. حاسب بقول لك لا. بايعينها. خلاص بروح اخطب هيجين هذيك الواحدة واحد ثاني. اهدى. اخطبها بخطبها احذر. Vanquisher, please. You fucking dickheads. Bro, watch this ult. Half his health. And my team is dead. 1, 2, 3. على راسه. Easy. Clap them cheeks. Now we talking. Fuck Susan. Now we fucking talking. Okay, you know what? My position is shite. I need another Ionian. You see? See? Oh, I swear to God, if he jumps there. Nah. This is just programmed to make me lose. Like, I'm clapping cheeks, not heads. I'm. Fuck yeah, 7 Demacia. Bro, I don't understand what the fuck is that. My head is telling me, yeah, that's the only. We like to gamble in this channel. Good night. I thought you were مثقف. مثقف فاقرا لك اندومي. ايش التثقيف الخربان ده؟ Okay, you know what? I think we don't need you. لازم انزل جوجل احفظ ذا كله. Okay, it looks like it's a GG, lads. Okay, we might be. Okay, fucked up. Good night حبيبي. بعلمك ما كوري. يا سلام، هذا كوري؟ انا كنت احسبه شو اسمه لغة عرعر. استهبل اطشتش. You to enjoy your sleep. Oh fuck, I can hit level 8 and I didn't know. Now I need to fucking fix my shit. You know what? I'm gonna keep. Let's stop re-rolling. I don't know why I'm rerolling. Why the fuck am I rerolling? I fucked up my gold. Wallahi, I had an item. What happened? There was an item here, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, I said GG, lads. Nah, maybe it will work. No, I'm gonna regret this. So fucking bad. Let's get our gold to 50. Still 80 gold. I mean 80 health. No need to rush. Maybe I had to scout. Yeah, I'm just popping them one after one.
Morning.
Good fucking morning. I'm still awake, Dexter. ما كاتش زنديني. You know I could not sleep? Because I could not, I was trying to forget. خسرنا. ما كاتش زنديني خسرني. ما كاتش زنديني is about to hit 11. Wait. ما كاتش زنديني what is he building? Oh, he has 9 Ionia. That's why he's Zindini. Okay, looks like it's time for the level 3 champs. Okay. Animation time. Come on. What the fuck is this? 151. Let's go. Come on, maybe we can hit. GG guys. GG guys. No, that was so fucking good. Damn. Almost signed 3-2. That would have been 3 legendaries, 5 stars. All because of fucking Darius and Ionia. But this guy played good. Why do you take golden ticket spoils of war? Yeah, the level up is too OP. Sadly, he went for, I don't know if he went for Cassante or Atrox. Yeah, but my economy was better. Damn. That was a nice game. But I'm still sleepy. Wait, let me get Dexter. What was that? I see. Okay, Dexter is not there. I don't feel like playing. What? Huh? What was that for? Praying time. Okay, that means it's 12 o'clock, right? That means I might be able to fix my fucking sleep. I might be able. I'll be right back. I don't feel like playing TFT anymore. Welcome back, Musketeers. Well, you missed Gangplank 3, Heimerdinger 3, both on my team, almost signed 3, and I won the game. The same game. I have people just sitting in the back waiting. Okay, let's wait then. I wanna play like this. Let's play like this. We wait. It's a boring game. Look at this guy. Why am I like? Why will I play like? Why do I need to play? This guy just goes. Again. Look, look. I think there's you have to be. You have to be a special degenerate to play like this guy. Take it. I hope she kills you. In game. Yeah, go. Yep. Come on, don't disrespect the bots like that, homie. What's happening? I need this second item, Titanic Hydra, and I'll be. I need Chen to just engage and then I'll follow up. Not me. I'm the best distraction you'll ever get. Nah, I hope they pop her. Yes, it's not an ally. That's not an ally. Ah! Okay, I have it. Almost, not fully, but I have the component that I need. Come, take it. and I kill him. That's how I do it. Even though I died, but حطيت بصمتي. I scarred him. That's why my name is Scar. I'm gonna wait for this. I take more damage from turrets than them. If I play this correctly, I might get a penta. Ah! Bad. Very bad from me. I deserve to die. What was that healing? No, Shan, wait for me. You were my buddy. Okay, one kill, I refresh everything. Shan doesn't have ult. Why is everyone dead? Should I tank everything? Okay. Time to focus then. All you had to just wait, I swear to God. This guy needs to be reported, I swear to God. Okay. Like, remind me to report him. Yeah, that just actually it's not a report. It just reminds you to report. That's fucked up, to be honest. It just reminds you. Okay, the least most important guy died, so we can finish the rest. I need Chen. Like, focus me, but I don't die easily. This is why it's Braveheart Katarina. Let's check damage. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait because I gotta report that guy. To be honest, Shen plays good. You see, it doesn't go. You'll need to report him after. It just reminds you. I have to make every game hard. No one does their job. What the fuck is this? Like, no, but I really want to see what's the deal with him. He's actually Emerald. Okay, it's one of those guys that gets fucking banned from like ranked or something, and he goes and he tilts people in Aram. And he's not even actually doing it right. Look, Emerald 5. Yeah, look. I was right. I was right. Fucked up people, man. Okay, enough of League. It's time for a single player game. Ah! Oh. I was gonna say it's GTA downloaded, but I remember that it's been a while I didn't play Warframe. Wait, what the fuck is the first Descendant? Mommy played it. Oh, but he told me it's it was a better release. Fuck. Let's check what's new with Overwatch. And then I'm gonna need to chill with the game, to be honest. Wizard with the gun, I guess. It looks like I'm never gonna get.
I was afraid of this. No.
World map initiated. I will report global threats here.
Where is the missions? This is the battle pass. No. You're not getting any money from me. Overwatch. I thought they had something new. It's just an alt F4 for Overwatch. Wait, don't tell me my cam was off all the time. Oh boy. So loud, so loud. Wait. What is the integration? Okay, now, what is the fucking integration? Oh god, I'm tired. You know, I don't know where the fuck, guys, there is the integration for wizard with a gun. But here's the thing. It says it's on overlay 1. Oh yeah. I don't know what you guys can do, but good luck. Enjoy. Problems. Wait. Didn't I play this? I think the demo. I guess the demo doesn't count. Oh. guy lived. There's one problem with this shit. This game is sad. Okay. No, they're not true. Yeah, here's the thing. How do I get here? Holy moly. Who the fuck is Marcus? No. I don't think I can make it, guys. I do not think I can make it. Let's... I guess tomorrow has to be tomorrow. I really need to play Wizard with the gun. Looks like a fun game. Good night, guys. Oh man, I hate nerve pain.